Alright, we are live. We are very much live. Okay, people. Welcome to your own Unacademy NEET English channel. Yeah, so just confirm once, everybody. Welcome to your own Unacademy NEET English channel. I'm Dr. Pankhuri Miglani, your biology educator. We are meeting for yet another super important session, guys. That is plant growth hormones. Plant growth hormones. Just confirm once if everything is fine, everything is healthy out here. Good evening, good evening. Can you hear me, see me properly? Good evening, Priya. Audible and visible terminology of bio. Yes, yes, yes. So, boys and girls, it's a beautiful evening out here, and let's make learning fun, and let's fall in love with botany like we always do. Gather around, call everybody, whoever is sleeping up, whatever they're doing. This is a super important chapter that I have taken a vow to make very easy for you. Yeah, plant growth and development like never before. Let me tell you that every year around 3 to 4 MCQs are asked from this chapter. Now the weightage that you see in front of you, boys and girls, yeah, the weightage that you see in front of you for photosynthesis and plant growth development, let me inform you categorically, was quite reversed in year 2022 and 2023. Open up the previous year papers. That is a practice that everybody should do. You would find 4 questions. The tables turned. Nobody expected, yeah, in 2022 and 23, this chapter garnered 4 MCQs here. 4 MCQs. That is a mighty weightage of 16 or 20 marks, if you will. Yes, everybody is happy, healthy, fine. Good evening, good evening. Sahana, darling, what you can do in such cases, from my side, it's all checked and nice. You can increase the volume of your device if you don't mind. Ashwin, Srivardhan, Naisha, Ashwin, God bless you. Somebody called us Karma. You guys have some creative names. Let's begin, absolutely. I want everybody to gather around and share this session with all your friends and family. So, boys and girls, today in this chapter is divided into 2 parts, right? The difficult part of plant growth hormones is the last part of this chapter, which is very MCQ intense. This chapter is MCQ intense. If I am the examiner and I have given a weightage of let's say 4 MCQs to this part, then this hormone part alone will carry 2 questions, okay, wherein you study about all these hormones: auxins, cytokinins, gibberellic acid, abscisic acid and ethylene. Now, since this part confuses you the most according to the voting that you did, okay, and you get confused between the actions of various hormones because they're overlapping. What auxin is doing, cytokinin would be doing that, or maybe ethylene would be doing that, or gibberellic acid would be doing that. Yeah, so in order to ease that out for you people, I have come up with a lot of previous year questions and some tricks. I'm quite tight-fisted, I know, when it comes to mnemonics and making songs and stories, but today I've come with tricks which are none of these, but they are tricks, okay. So we'll make it super easy and breezy for you people. The second part of the chapter, which familiarizes us with the very concept of plant growth in particular. We know what growth is from the very first chapter of Living World. Yes, that is class 11th, but here we focus more on the plant growth, yeah, and then the phases of plant growth. Nothing new, I promise you. Then we move on to the various growth rates, yeah, we add mathematics to everything. Don't be scared. I know mathematics is not very alluring, not very charming, but everything has to be measured. I can't keep saying plant growth happening. Now when I come to measure it and apply mathematics, Of course, against time, bound by time, I get different growth rates. When I come to get different growth rates, I get different curves. These curves are also very, I'm telling you beforehand, what can actually give you the MCQ. This again gets an MCQ every year, mind you. Then conditions for growth is rather a discussion, yeah. It's all, you guys know it, yeah. After studying so much of biology in class 11th and 12th, this is not a surprise, honestly. And then comes the concept of plant growth development. Now all of this paraphernalia, yeah, growth, development, conditions, everything like in our body is guarded by the system of hormones, the endocrinology, or in simpler terms you call it chemical coordination, yeah. The thyroid, the pituitary, the hypothalamus, all of that. Now in plants, that is done by the PGRs, yeah. Pretty excited to do that. Please keep your pens and papers ready. Now boys and girls, every chapter that is too conceptual, cell division was technical, and PGR, this chapter is very conceptual. There's a lot to talk about. The only way, you guys have been asking me, texting me on this, the only way to do such chapters is solve as many questions as you can. Today's session is full of MCQs. Now when I say that testing or giving tests and questions is the ultra most important thing if you want to clear any competitive exam, be it NEET, be it JEE, be it UPSC tomorrow, be it CAT, MAT, GMAT, whatever you're appearing for in life. So Unacademy has started the scholarship test. It is extremely important for you to appear for test, Baba. Nobody is asking, nobody is judging your score, but you got to judge yourself, yeah. So we need reality check from time to time. Do register for this scholarship test at a very minimal price of 99, yeah. You can register and use the code PM1 Live, whatever subscription you want to opt for, Iconic Plus, Endgame batch, the link is given in the description box. Endgame batch is running, you guys know it. Click on the link and don't forget to use this discount code. It will take you to places. Now we are going to start the chapter with a question. Let's warm up. Yeah, we are scared of the chapter. There's a long run. There's a marathon planned. Yeah, and I promise you, this is the way, this way plant growth hormones has not been done ever. Yeah, I have spent sweat and blood to make this chapter super palatable and easy for you. I promise you, yeah, be it anybody on this, in this world, whether they are from biology, whether they are not from biology, JEE or whatever, they are going to watch this session and find this chapter super easy after today's session. Now, it's not going to be a very long session, but it is going to be a lot of running around. That is, you have to solve a lot of questions. Now guys, today I'm challenged technology wise in the sense that one of my laptops gave up, right? And I don't have a lot of gadgets still. This session is happening by God's grace. So what I'm going to do is I am going to just check and read your messages. Yeah, everybody is on the line. Everybody is doing good. Give me a shout out, everybody. Oh, you guys are already answering. You guys are already answering. Yeah, the voice is perfect from my side. Yeah, there's nothing more I can do about it. Yeah, everybody is good, or people are just spamming. People are just spamming. Okay, so you guys have answered it correctly. Which of the following statements about plant hormones is false? Lot of such challenging MCQs in today's session. You have to find not the true statement but the false statement, everybody. So growth of plants in nature is probably regulated by a combination of growth stimulating and growth inhibiting hormones. This statement itself makes proper sense to me. Abscisic acid generally promotes growth. You guys know that this is absolutely wrong. Abscisic acid in true sense is the only plant growth inhibitor. Yeah, wise ones know why I say that. Gibberellins stimulate cell enlargement, very true. Cytokinins, as the name suggests, promotes cell division. Now boys and girls, just the way in your body There is thyroid stimulating hormone TSH, and there is thyroid inhibiting hormone. There is growth stimulating hormone and there is growth inhibiting hormone. Both of them work together. It's never the play of one particular hormone. That is also the case of the plant body. Next question right in front of you. Next question right in front of you, everybody. Give me answers in the chat box. Everybody give me answers in the chat box. I am looking at all of you. What you guys are doing? Come on, come on, come on, everybody. Let me check the sound also. Answers very, very fast. You're going to take 20 seconds, everybody. Filhal, thank you so much. And you have a lovely name. Yeah, the regulars are right in the session. Very good, very good. Sausi is saying answer is 3. Let's see which of the following statements applies to plant growth regulators. I've put very generic questions just for the warm up. Yeah, they only act by altering gene expression. No, just like our hormones are not going to go and attack DNA and not going to do anything at the genetic level, so is the case with plant growth hormones. Yeah, they are chemicals in a very, very serious on a serious ground. They often have a multiplicity of effects. Yes, that is true. They will act on the entire plant body. They function independently of other hormones and they directly control plant protein synthesis. No, protein synthesis comes to the genetic effect again. They never work independently. It's a synergistic or antagonistic effects. Third question, ladies and gentlemen, and then we move on. This is the last question before we start plant growth hormones note making, the running notes. Come on, phytohormones are what? Answers in the chat box. This is the easiest question you could get out of this. Phyto means plants. Hormones is hormones, the chemicals that we're talking about. Hormones regulating growth from seed to adulthood, growth regulators synthesized by plants and influencing physiological process. Hormones regulating flowering, hormones, you've answered it correctly. I can see all the answers. Very well done. Now let's open up our notebooks and get on with our pens, and we are going to study about plant growth regulators. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what are plant growth regulators? They are the phytohormones. They are the phytohormones, and if I have to define them, knowing what I know, they are simply the chemicals. They are chemicals, they are molecules which promote or inhibit plant growth and development. Does that make sense to us? Now, when I take birth, I or the plant, when I come on this planet, I just don't keep growing. Yeah, I develop structures, I perform numerous functions during my life. Now, at this point of time, that is what development means. So these are the chemicals always required in very low concentration. Concentration matters, ladies and gentlemen. You can't really play with the concentration. If some chemical is very good at a particular concentration, it could be absolutely fatal at a larger concentration. Yeah, please share the session with everybody. This is quite an informative and important session. Usually, I require less than 100 parts per million of any chemical. You can't, any plant growth hormone, you cannot go beyond that. Is that clear to everybody? Now, I don't have in my body, no glands, in plant's body, no glands or tissues are present for plant growth hormones. Yeah, there are no glands or tissues. I don't have the adrenal gland or the pituitary gland or the hypothalamus. I means the plant. So how are they transported in the body of the plant? Now this used to be a very important question in transport in plants. Yeah, when it came to functions of xylem, that why xylem is such an important tissue, because plant growth hormones to a large extent are transported through xylem and to some extent phloem as well. Is that clear? Now I'm going to divide them based on their chemical nature. Yeah, what kind of molecule is it? Based on that, we are going to divide plant hormones. This is a very, very important previous year question if you ask me. The chemical nature of hormones. The very first one are the indole compounds. Answers in the chat box. Chat box is right in front of me, teeny tiny though, but I'm going to make an effort to look at it. Tell me the indole compound that I'm talking about. And then we have the category. The next category, ladies and gentlemen, keep answering in the chat box. You have to keep yourself warmed up for a chapter like this. It's going to be a 5-hour session like always, not going to go beyond that. 5 hours is a lot of time for such a chapter. Adenine derivative, answers in the chat box. Which hormone is the adenine derivative? Then comes the terpene derivatives. Answers in the chat box, everybody. Who is a terpene derivative? Then comes the gaseous, the only gaseous hormone. Answers in the chat box. All our previous year questions. I am not making it up. For God's sake, I am not making up any question. So, the first one, boys and girls, like I said, are the indole compounds. Everybody, like you have answered in the chat box. Then adenine derivative. Adenine derivative. Yeah, these are derivatives. Derivative means that's the base molecule. That's the base compound. Yeah, and then terpenes. Chemically, they are terpenes. Now, Lord knows what terpenes are. Not Lord, you guys also know what terpenes are. I have no chemistry. I don't know chemistry. Yeah, so what kind of ring it is, ring structure or whatever it is, that nobody will ask you. Don't worry. Then the gaseous hormone and the carotenoid derivative. Carotenoid, or you can say fatty acid derivative. Are we together till now? We better be, because this is an important classification. Now, like you guys said, indole compounds are auxins or indole 3-acetic acid. The short form or the popular form is IAA. Adenine derivative, you guys told me cytokines. Cytokines or cytokinins as we call it. Terpenes, you guys told me gibberellic acid. Gibberellic acid, or popularly called as the GAs. The GAs, yes, we can keep using that. Gases is the ethylene, the only gaseous hormone in the plant body. Yeah, ethylene, they say, stands by this chemical formula. And carotenoid derivative is abscisic acid, ladies and gentlemen. Abscisic acid, or simply ABA. Or simply ABA. Are we together till here? Now, if I begin to classify these hormones, Baba, if I begin to classify these hormones, then this one, that is indole compound, auxin, yeah, the cytokines and gibberellic acid, these are called as the growth promoters. Right or wrong? Right or wrong, everybody? Yeah, that makes proper sense to us, very basic of this chapter. And if I speak about the gaseous hormone ethylene, if I speak about ethylene and I talk about abscisic acid, well, they come to be known as the growth inhibitors. Now, boys and girls, there's a catch in the story. There's a twist in the story, and the wise ones know again that this guy here, ethylene, if you will, ethylene. Ethylene. What am I going to say? Could somebody finish what I'm trying to say? This ethylene here is considered as both promoter and inhibitor. Okay, that is the most interesting part of this hormone, and they realized it quite late in life, that this hormone actually does the work of every other hormone. Somewhere in certain aspects it will act like an inhibitor and promoter. Now, when I say that a certain plant hormone is an inhibitor or a certain plant hormone is a promoter, what do I actually mean? What do you think is growth promotion, and what do you think is a growth inhibition in a plant body? Think about it, come on. Now, in the life of a plant, ladies and gentlemen, what is actually happening? There is the seed. I start my life as a seed. Okay, seed is carrying the embryo. There was zygote formation that happened in reproduction. Now, this seed has to germinate. Okay, this is the radicle. This will form the root if you place it in the soil and give it nutrients. When I germinate, I become a seedling. A seedling simply means that I have just germinated. The radicle and the plumule has come out of the seed. And the embryo is ready to grow into something, given the conditions are proper. In the later part of this session, we are going to be speaking about the conditions which are necessary for this to happen. Now, this seedling, when it grows further, is going to give me very nice looking the root that you have studied in the entire botany till now. Yeah, the stem, the leaf, the flower, the fruit, and this fruit definitely carries the seed. Yeah, I started a seed and this fruit carries the seed and the whole drama repeats. Yeah, it carries the seed. Now, boys and girls, this is successive, this is ordered. Yeah, who tells the seed to germinate? Who helps the seed or gives a signal to develop the root, and then successively develop the stem, and then successively develop the leaf, and then develop the flower? I'm not a seedling in developing flowers. That's not happening. Well, there comes the role of many factors. Yeah, these successive ordered fashion in plant growth is many factors. Some are intrinsic, that is the internal factors of this seed, and some are extrinsic. Extrinsic factors control these changes. Yes. One of the major intrinsic factors, let's discuss later on in the second part of the session. In the later part of the evening, what are other intrinsic and extrinsic factors? Are plant growth regulators. Plant growth regulators. Yeah, they work together and cause this transition. Is that clear to everybody? Yeah. Now there's a question on the screen to warm you up, guys. When I start with the first plant growth regulator, which is the most important and the first discovered, answers in the chat box, everybody. Yeah, whether you are wrong or right, it's not important. I want answers. Who performed? Now, this is a confusing question. People tend to go wrong with this. Who performed the experiments using canary grass? There goes the Q. Love this question here. Absolutely. Canary grass is the Q. So, 2 people, according to NCERT, are credited for the discovery of auxins. One used canary grass. Who was the guy? Yeah, I can see a lot of answers. I can see the chat running. So, maybe get some glasses for the next time. The chat box is teeny tiny. Yeah, he was Darwin, yeah, our own Uncle Darwin, who has done so much for us when we study evolution. He did that. By the time he was discovering the plant growth hormones, his son had also joined him. Now, ladies and gentlemen, actually the credit for discovery of auxin doesn't go to Darwin, because he couldn't really isolate the chemical. He couldn't really tell us, oh, this is an indole compound. I'm talking about mighty auxins. Here it is, world. This is what is happening. He said something is happening. Phototropism is happening. Yeah, we'll speak about that. Now, auxin was actually isolated. Isolation of the chemical is very important. Then you get the credit of discovery, everybody, from the tips of collotyles of oat or Avena sativa. Avena sativa. That was done by Francis Darwin or Charles Darwin, F.W. Went, Boyson. Who did that? Let me see what you guys are saying. Let me see. Everybody is very clear with the answer. F.W. Went till today gets the credit of discovering the auxins. So what had happened, this is the diagram given in your NCERT, which speaks about the discovery of auxin, and mind you, no other hormones which are in the list, their discovery has been talked about as extensively as auxins. Yeah, they have not mentioned, it's not in your syllabus, the bioassay test of any other hormone, but only for auxin. So we have to put a little more light on this. Yeah, so what had happened was Darwin's, both the Darwins, Charles and Francis, father and son, they discovered the unilateral, this is the exact word mentioned in our NCERT, unilateral elimination. What is unilateral elimination? I am giving light only from one direction. I am not giving it perpendicularly, I am not giving it from both the direction, I mean only one direction. And he said that canary grass tip, coleotile is what? Coleotile is the covering of the shoot in monocots. It is bending towards that particular direction. So they taught us, they told us that there is phototropism which is happening, okay, and there is something at the tip here. There is something at the tip that is traveling from apex to the base, yeah, and causing this bending towards the source of light. This is called as the basipetal transmission. This is also mentioned in NCERT. The problem with this chapter is NCERT does not highlight anything but gives a lot of questions. Yeah, basipetal means from the apex towards the rest of the shoot. But we don't know what chemical it is. And then FW went, did the honors, and he said, let me remove the tip and see what happens. Because I want to see, is this chemical localized to the tip? When he removed the tip, you call it decapitation. Please be very, very sure that you know these terms. Decapitation means I remove the shoot tip. When I remove the shoot tip, ladies and gentlemen, there is no bending. The light is still coming from that direction. What he did, he replaced the tip. He put the tip back. Decoding of NCERT diagrams is very important. Previous year question. And when he replaced the tip, I again see a certain bending towards light. So he said, yeah, phototropism is confirmed. Now let me isolate the chemical which is doing this. Yeah. So what he did, he took the help of something you already know from plant kingdom, agar-agar. Agar-agar is a hydrocolloid. Yeah. It will let, it's a very permeable membrane. Agar-agar has a very permeable membrane. So what he did, he took agar-agar block and put a lot of tips. He decapitated a lot of stems and put a lot of stem tips on agar-agar and isolated the chemical. And he said, well, this chemical, ladies and gentlemen, is indole 3-acetic acid. Acetic acid. And that is causing the bending or the phototropic effect. Is that clear? Now, since he used the oat seedling, which is called as Avena sativa botanically or scientifically, Avena sativa, yes, this test came to be known as the Avena curvature test. Avena curvature test, because there is a curvature. Now, boys and girls, what is a bioassay test? Have you ever thought about it? What is a bioassay test? Think about it. Why do you call a bioassay test as a bioassay test? Well, if I am confirming the role or effect as is observed by me, I the scientist want to confirm the suspected role or function of a chemical, okay, in a living tissue, you want to see the effect of certain chemical, you want to see the effect of growth hormone, you want to see the effect of thyroid hormone, anything, you apply it, you test it on a living body, then that is called as a bioassay test. With me? Now, Avena curvature test, why is it so popular? Why do people talk about it so much? Because Avena curvature was a quantitative test as well. Ooh, it was a quantitative test as well. Quantitative test as well. You know what that means? Oh, that means this guy could tell the world not only that, you know, it's indole 3 acetic acid which is causing the response, very good, but he could tell that there is a specific concentration and that is only 10 ppm. Hormones are concentration specific. The same chemical can become poison if you do here and there with the concentration. Yes, so at 10 ppm, yes, there will be a response in the shoot, but mind you, if you go beyond this, it's not going to do the same job, especially if you want to see the effect on roots. Now this is one of the confusions people have. You know, people just make a blanket statement that auxins cause a shoot and root elongation. Absolutely not. At 10 ppm, you will see root growth getting inhibited. You will see root growth getting inhibited. So bioassay test is Avena curvature test. Very good. Now boys and girls, one more thing I have to tell you about auxins, yeah, which are the, before we go on to the functions of auxin and I give you the trick to learn important functions of auxin. Important means not important for you and me. Not important for us, important for MCQs. We are talking business here. We are going to make tricks to help us solve the MCQs. Let me tell you one more thing here. Every hormone that you will study with me, without me, here, there, wherever, always do precursors. Precursor of hormone is a short question. Okay, so quickly in the chat box, I can see the chat box. Tell me the precursor of auxin. Precursor of indole 3 acetic acid or the auxin. Which amino acid, which amino acid, which amino acid? It is the mighty tryptophan. Tryptophan. If there is deficiency of tryptophan in the body, no auxin for the plant. Another thing, now, indole 3 acetic acid is a natural auxin, natural universal plant auxin. Okay, ma'am. Now we are humans, we are greedy. So we created synthetic auxins in the lab. Oh, this is doing something so nice. Let me create derivatives. Now NCERT says a line and most of the people keep indole butyric acid as a synthetic auxin. Let me make it very clear for you. One day in good time, when I do the NCERT decoding of this chapter, it is so ambiguous. It is so hidden the way NCERT says this, but you know what I'm saying. Indole butyric acid, indole, I think again I'm very weak in chemistry, indole 3 butyric acid, am I right about that? I'm going to play it safe, indole butyric acid, yeah. The butyric acid derivative is both synthetic and natural. In some plants, it is a naturally found hormone. Now, what are the other synthetic derivatives? Synthetic auxins, if you will. Very important question, previous year. Direct question of picking up the synthetic auxins. It is NAA. Yes, IBA you can consider. And very important commercially used 2,4-D. Very important commercially used 2,4-D. Can anybody tell me? Huh? It is indole 3 butyric acid. This is naphthalene. Naphthalene. Acetic acid. Those of you who are making notes, indole. Now, if I'm writing it wrong, chemically, please pardon me. You guys can correct it as much as you want. Butyric acid, indole 3 butyric acid. I think there's something wrong here. Yeah, chemistry. Okay, and 2,4-D is 2,4-dichloro dichlorophenoxyacetic acid. Yeah, all are acetic acid derivatives. Now, you see, I never face a problem in learning the names. Yeah, somehow that is easy. Do you know, NCERT also mentions that there was a certain gentleman, I think Kogel or something, I'm forgetting the name. In the 1900s, he also discovered auxin in human urine. Not a word of NCERT has to be missed. Human urine. He actually discovered a concoction of auxin A, auxin B and heteroauxin. When we isolated heteroauxin, we named it as the real true auxin, and that was none other than the IAA. Is that clear, ladies and gentlemen? And now we go on to the functions of auxin. So, when we talk about the functions of auxin, I am going to give you a trick. That is the takeaway or the moment of the class. Yeah, it's not a superhero movie trick, it's not a Bollywood, Hollywood song, it's not a story, someone went somewhere to take this, someone did this. I am absolutely, and I stand tall on that, against mnemonics. Don't fool yourself by making several tricks in biology. I am not aware if you do that in physics, chemistry also, but in biology, don't do that, okay? This is the only chapter where my trick is very simple. It's a simple word, which is rawest. Okay, so the first trick of the class is a simple word, rawest. You need to revise these tricks again and again to take the maximum benefit of it. I'm going to keep pasting them on whatever platforms you meet me, Telegram or my or the platform classes or wherever we meet. We'll keep revising. So speak after me. Rawest, R for, from today onwards, R is rooting on stem cutting. Now, let's be honest, yeah, some of us are not even writing anything. Yeah, we are hardly listening to the class. We are smiling, we are busy chatting. If you're not writing anything in the class, I tell you, just write these tricks or short forms, yeah, because this is a definite 4 and 4 is 8. 8 marks of your paper, okay? Rooting on a stem cutting. You give me a rose, yeah? You give me a rose, you give me the stem cutting. I apply exactly this concentration. Like I said, this is a very, very less concentration and it will initiate roots. Please remember the word initiate when it comes to auxins. A lot of people make a mistake. A is, the most common question, I tell you, one of my favorites. It is apical dominance. Apical dominance. Yeah. So, auxin will never let anybody else grow if it is present on the apical bud. Yeah. Inhibition, or in other words, inhibition of lateral buds on a plant, ladies and gentlemen. So, if auxin is in action, the plant will grow longitudinally in height. You cannot expect, ouch, yeah, you cannot expect this kind of growth, a transverse growth. Yeah. So, that is, so in order to get a certain transverse definition or lateral definition to my crop, which is called hedge making, yeah, I need to decapitate this can also be asked as a AR question, yeah, because this guy won't let anybody grow. W stands for, now there are multiple functions of a hormone. The trick that I am giving you is previous year, frequently asked, probably asked, however you want to label them, questions. And you can see that in previous years, yeah, open up any paper. So, W is weedy side, or in other words, NCERT's words, I quote, herbicide. It is used to kill weeds. Now, the beautiful part is, auxin is a selective weed, yeah. Auxin is a selective weed, yeah. It kills only, targets dicot weeds. Previous year question, don't regret later, yeah. Targets dicot weeds, and hence it is used in cereal crops, used in cereals. Cereals are Poaceae family. Somebody doesn't know Poaceae family, you can watch the lecture on families. Is that clear? S stands for, every hormone has a tendency of gender or sex expression in plants. Very important question. Sex expression. Okay. Now, what kind of sex expression does auxin? Now, what I mean here is not the normal concentration. Increased concentration will have a feminizing effect. That is, on a certain plant, it will produce female flowers. Yeah. Now, why would we do that? Why are we taking care of this? Because if I want to increase the yield of a particular crop, I need more seeds, right? And who will give me the seed? Female flowers will give me the seed. So, it increases the yield. Yeah, most of these functions and uses are based on our own greed. Now, the last point is my personal favorite. I don't know why it's my favorite. Perhaps I must have seen it, yeah, a number of times at a lot of places. T here stands for tissue culture. Tissue culture, boys and girls, again and again. This question has been asked a number of times, yeah. What is tissue culture? Now, that chapter is not in your syllabus, I know. You take an explant, you take a certain plant part, you take a, let's say, a stem, or you take a root piece, okay, give it nutrient medium, a particular nutrient medium, and it will lead to callus formation. So, in plant tissue culture technique, callus formation is very important. From that callus, you guys know, this is dealt with in 9th and 10th standard also. Don't act like we don't know. Yeah, callus formation is a very important question of plant tissue culture technique. What is a callus? Callus is a no clue tissue. I personally call it a no clue tissue. Now, let's write it for the uninitiated ones here. It is irregular. There is no order in which this tissue is made. You cannot call it as a certain, oh, this is parenchymatous, this is meristematic. No, it is irregular, undifferentiated. Of course, it is meristematic, differentiated. Mass of cells, yeah, that's about it. It is undifferentiated, irregular and disordered. Irregular is disordered mass of cells, which will later, and I use the term redifferentiate. I did not say differentiate, we'll decode this, redifferentiate into several organs. So, for callus formation, auxin is a must, okay, along with cytokinin. Without cytokinin, you will not see anything happening. Is that clear? Now, what are the other functions or uses of auxin? This was the MCQ centric part that I told you, right? So, this is the NCERT figure which I want you to decode with me, everybody. Here is a plant which is growing longitudinally. You can clearly see NCERT is a little stingy when it comes to explaining the diagrams. Have a look. I have the apical bud here, and I don't see, I see the lateral buds being very inactive. Do you see that? Do you see that? But when I decapitated, this is the SAM, shoot, apical meristem. When I decapitate, you see there is no apical bud here. I suddenly see a growth of the mighty lateral buds. There I go. This shows apical dominance. Yeah, whatever you see, you remember. Hence, I thought I will add a snip of the diagram. Now, what is the flavor of this hormone auxin? Well, it's a growth promoter. So, when I say something is causing growth, it is going to increase, it is going to enhance cell division. Okay, cell division, that is the first thing about growth. NCERT gives us data that, you know, root apical meristem of a maize plant in 1 hour produces 17,500 cells. Oh my God, that's a lot of cells. So, you know, auxin is a real charger for the plant. isn't it? It's putting a lot of electricity when it comes to cell division. It also mentions that in watermelon, people have seen that the size of the cells, size and number are two different things, grows to I think 350,000 times. 350,000 times per hour. Now, I'm not saying they will ask you a question from data, but think about it. Why did I say all this to you? Because if something is causing such an enhanced rate of growth, can I derive the idea that auxin is going to raise the metabolic rate or respiratory rate of the plant up to many notches, to many times. So I didn't want you to mug it up, so I told you all this. Of course, this is the function, it is out of the trick. This is one of the functions. So you can also say, if you're saying cell division for watermelon, I can say cell enlargement, isn't it? Cell enlargement. Do you see any harm in saying that? No. So data is going to clarify respiratory rate is pretty enhanced in presence of auxin, everybody. Is that clear? Now, one of the very sensitive points about auxin, often ignored by masses, don't make a blanket statement. Don't make a blanket statement when it comes to either chemical coordination in animals or plant hormones. It's just not right. So you can say that it inhibits abscission of leaves and flowers and fruits and let them be on the parent plant, but that's not entirely true unless you add the term it inhibits abscission of young. Okay, so auxin is so intelligent. By the way, did I tell you auxin was the first developed plant hormone? Did I tell you? If I didn't, add it up. Yeah, I think that is also given in your NCERT quite categorically. So it inhibits abscission of young. I don't want premature. What is abscission? Falling down. What is abscission? Falling down. Yeah. So of young plant parts, of leaves, flowers, or fruits. Why is that important? Yeah, if I let the young parts fall down, my vegetative phases will not be completed, na? What did we do here? Let me show you. 1 minute. Yeah. Let's talk about this. If you guys haven't studied morphology with ma'am, I don't have a problem in reminding you. Well, root, stem and leaf are called as the vegetative organs of the plant now. We are a part of the vegetative phase of the plant. We are not taking part in reproduction. This phase is very important for this phase, which is the reproductive phase, to happen properly. If this body is not developed, it is just like human beings. Yeah, the pre-pubertal growth is as important as the post-pubertal or the reproductive growth. Yeah, it is as simple as that. So, auxins make sure that your vegetative growth, your means plant's vegetative growth has happened properly, isn't it? But if I am old and it's time to go, it's time to fall down, then I want you to write it categorically here that it promotes for older parts. Are we very clear? Now, one of the recently asked questions, examiner has some love for this, that is parthenocarpy. Okay, parthenocarpy. What is parthenocarpy? Everybody in the chat box, you guys are quite intelligent and well informed. Yeah, I see what you guys are doing in the end game batch, here and there, and so much of talking and so much of whatever you guys do. Yeah, what is parthenocarpy, everybody? I've seen this as your favorite concept. It's a student's favorite concept. Seedless fruits. Anand's absolutely right. Deepika, Priya, Noor, Karuna, Naisha is here. Okay. Just trying to filter out relevant pieces of information. Quite. The chat box has its own charm. All right. Each to his own. I hope the cold doesn't get back here. I've kept the AC at a high temperature. Oh, okay. Parthenocarpy, in simple terms, is fruit in unfertilized pistil. Can I say that? Can I say that? When I have fruit in a pistil or a carpel who's not fertilized by the male gamete, that is called as parthenocarpy. Now, boys and girls, point to be noted. First of all, I repeat, concentration matters. Secondly, it is not going to do that for all the plants. Okay. Now, auxins and cytokinins always work quite as a team. Okay. In certain fruits, cytokinins can induce parthenocarpy. But if they ask for auxins, I am going to give you the commercial example. What matters for the paper is what is happening at a large scale. We are just worried about ourselves. So, what we are doing commercially is, of course, for tomato and to some extent for watermelon as well. But what is given in NCERT, we will stick to that. Can we stick to that? Yeah, safe is better. Now, one of the examples that NCERT, and I am going to write it here, it induces flowering here. Those of innocent hearts who are making running notes, flowering is induced here. Flowering is induced. And they say in lychee and pineapple, that is used commercially. Lychee and pineapple. Now, ma'am, why are you troubling us with so much of information? We could have ignored it, right? It has, I have seen it as a previous year question. Yeah. Okay. Now, what do? We go to a question from 2022 so that you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Everybody, please answer in the chat box. Please take out time from your busy schedule of chatting. I understand you have important things to do, but solving questions is why we are here. Removal of apical dominance by decapitation is utilized. Oh, I said that, didn't I? Answers in the chat box. Everybody is answering. I mean, some are answering, others are very busy. Suppressing the activity of my own head is not even. So, this is a NEET 2022 question here. Activity of intracalary meristem? No. Early senescence? No. Hedge making? Yes. Yeah, I make hedges especially in tea plantation because I want more crop, because my yield lies in the leaves here. Especially, see, either as a horticulturist, my yield or my benefit or my profit could lie either in the seeds of the plant or it could lie in the leaves of the plant. Or stem of the plant, as in sugarcane. So, I, the greedy human being, is going to propagate or increase the yield of that particular organ. Makes sense, ma'am. Yeah. So, in this case, he can ask you, let's add it here. Hedge, why means why? Gosh, The answers are out now. So hedge making, especially in tea plantation. Please add it. Please add it. Yeah, because here I want more leaves here. Let's see another question. I would rather, yeah. Let's see another question. The PGR, plant growth regulator, used to induce parthenocarpy in tomatoes. Oh, we just wrote it, didn't we? Yeah, tomatoes is auxin, gibberellin, cytokinin. And don't be fooled when you go to the supermarket, because this will be sold at a higher price and it has no nutritional benefit whatsoever. Is it auxin? Is it gibberellin? Is it cytokinin? You guys know it like nobody's business. The Avena curvature, ladies and gentlemen, answers everybody. Oh God, so many answers I want. Yeah, you can play around rest of the time. Before I break this cup, goes to its rightful place. Avena curvature is the bioassay of ethylene. Everybody is informed? Very good. If you have doubts, there will be a doubt session, the link to which is given in the description box. Yeah, I am not leaving you as it is. Next question. As I promised, this session is going to be full of previous year questions, I tell you. I am going to make you perfect. If you have your heart here in this session, I mean it. If you have your heart in this session, you are definitely not losing any kind of question from anywhere. Even if NEET 2024 comes out to be a difficult paper, it's a rainy day, oh my God, I'm going to make sure that you guys are perfect. But I need your heart in the session. Can I have hearts in the chat box? It's been a while. Can I have several hearts in the chat box, everybody? Red, white, purple, whatever you want. I have the chat box right in front of me. Yeah, yeah. Hearts, people. Hearts, people. Oh, green hearts. White hearts. Yeah. Okay. So, everybody has answered. Plant growth from all of the following are known functions. Now, this is the latest pattern of the paper. Am I right or not? That he's asking, he's kind of tricking our brain. He's not putting direct questions. Which of the following is the function of auxin? He's like, oh, which of the following except find the false statement. So that is why in my sessions I put such questions, so that you know you're a little triggered. Your brain is a little triggered. Kindly, sweetly share the session with everybody. And like the session if it costs you nothing. Liking the session is a very good, you like something. Yeah, something nicer is sent your way by nature. I will give you purple hearts. Oh, color is your choice. Cruel examiners, yeah. So, don't place your destiny. I don't know if destiny is the right word. Don't place your result or consequence into examiner's hands. Let him be. He wants to be cruel. Okay. He's going to be cruel for everybody, no? Okay, so we should not label the paper as difficult or easy or anything. We should be ultra prepared. What do you think? Naisha, I know that. You don't have to tell me. Okay, good that the chat box is not very visible for me today. You guys distract me. You guys have that power. Oh, another question. Assertion reason is always a pain for most of you. So I took care of that also. Yeah, in today's session. I've actually really picked up, paid a lot of attention on questions in today's session, because you guys said, you know, we don't like this chapter at all. Until now, you have one super technique. Girls and boys, use different colored pens and put it on A4 sheet and write all the techniques at the end of the session. Answers in the chat box. This is a very easy question, yeah. Come on. Chaplu question. Auxins have been used extensively in agricultural. Yes, we know. GA3 increases the yield of malt from barley grains, which is the brewing process. So now we are going to move further into our journey and talk about gibberellins. So if you are making the notes, it is time to put the heading as Gibberellins. These are weakly acidic. These are weakly acidic in nature. And well, your knowledge of chemistry will tell you why they are weakly acidic. I have no clue. Talking about the discovery, they were discovered in Japan. They were discovered in Japan. And the staple food in these countries is rice. Yes, through a rice disease called as, very important question, the foolish seedling disease, or in their own language, Beckeney disease. Beckeney disease. Why is this called foolish seedling? What we saw, what these people saw, that the rice plant grew in height. Rice is a herbaceous plant, na baba? It belongs to Poaceae. It belongs to the family of grasses. But suddenly it became very, very tall. And they all became sterile. There was no seed production. I'm not getting any yield. I'm just getting tall plants. That is why it is called as the foolish. Everybody type in the chat box. This much I can see here. Actually, my eyesight is pretty okay. It's just that I don't have the chat box today. Put it in the chat box. It should run. Foolish or Beckeney, whatever you fancy, put it in the chat box. Now, what exactly happened in foolish seedling disease? The rice plants grew 50% taller. Now think about it. If I am growing 50% taller, I am going to extract more nutrients from the soil. Na? I would want more water, minerals, everything from the soil. So expenditure is more and I am not giving any yield. 50% taller than normal, and sterile. This was foolish seedling disease. It became a big news because that is their staple food. So many scientists were working on it. One of the scientists known as Kurosawa. Oh yes, his name is important. Some of the authors give the credit to somebody called as Yubata. But there were many people who worked. NCERT mentions Kurosawa, so you will mark Kurosawa only. Okay, Kurosawa or Kurosawa? What is it? Can anybody tell me? It's Kurosawa, right? Kurosawa extracted. He could see, it all boils down to extracting and isolating the chemical. He actually discovered or extracted the causative organism as a fungus named, very important question, Gibberella fugicori. That's why the name gibberellic acid, because she was bound to the root of the seed of the plant, of the rice plantlet. He was chilling in the root part, underground part, and releasing the chemical, and he isolated gibberellic acid 3, ladies and gentlemen, specifically as gibberellic acid 3, and that is why another question with gibberellic acid 3 is, it was the first discovered. I am writing all the questions today you will get on the board, like there is no tomorrow. I'm giving up. I'm giving all the possible questions. Right now my brain is flooded with all the possible questions. First discovered, most widely used, and most intensively studied according to NCERT. Intensively studied. Whatever we know about gibberellic acid, it is due to this guy GA3. But in actuality, we have GA1 to GA100 in store. 100 variants have been discovered here. This one, Gibberella fugiculae, is the sexual phase. NCERT uses the term perfect phase. When you study kingdom mycota with me, I will teach you about ascomycetes and deuteromycetes. Some of you must know already that deuteromycetes is called as imperfect fungi. Why? Because it doesn't show any sexual phases in the life cycle. So there was a fungus called fusarium, okay, that was extracted out of this, the parent organism was fusarium, and when she attained the sexual phase, she infected the entire plant like there is no tomorrow. Now, as is the norm, we will do the precursor of every hormone. We are not going to miss it. Yeah. Promise me you will not. You will make a list of the tricks that I am going to give you today, plus you will write the precursors. I have a feeling that this year one question from one of the precursors is a sure shot. Is that clear? So, precursor, anybody? Chat box please. Acetyl-CoA. Acetyl coenzyme A, which is such an important molecule of your respiratory pathway, isn't it? So, that acetyl coenzyme A, which is formed too early in your respiratory pathway, is utilized in deriving gibberellic acid. You will usually find gibberellins. This hormone tends to favor, this hormone also favors shoot. Now, auxin was doing something for the root na baba at a very low concentration. This one doesn't do much for the root. It is usually you will find this hormone, again you can isolate from the shoot tips, and it likes to favor seed germination. If there is a developing seed, you will not find ABA, you will find large amounts of gibberellic acid, one of the most important feature of gibberellic acid. Okay. Now we are going to move further as we always do. Please solve this question. This is just to wake you up. This is just to wake you up. Gibberellic acid somehow is part of every year's paper, is what I have noticed. Answers in the chat box, everybody. Answers in the chat box from your busy schedule of chatting. Which plant growth regulators are terpenes? We spoke about this, right? Terpenes are gibberellic acid. Now, that's all chemical nature. Okay. Foolish seedling disease. Foolish seedling disease. You guys are answering so. Chiku, good to have you in the class. You guys know I like your names a lot. Varun, Janvi, who is troubling you? Tell me. I'll not let anybody. Oh ma. Okay. Chiku, have you shared the session with your friends and family, and if you have any enemies? Guys, you should not have any enemies. There's nothing called as this word should not exist in the dictionary. Okay. Ready for the trick number 2 of the day. This you have answered. This was a very easy question. If you study properly, there's another question lying in the kitty. Come on. Which of the following, okay, we can, before this, we are going to do the roll. My bad. Some of you might not know the functions. Functions or uses, I am going to club it together. Now, boys and girls, let me tell you one very important thing. Gibberellic acid covers a wide array of functions in a plant body. If I am a plant who wants to come into this world, I need to germinate na baba. I need to germinate. So, he is the boss of the plant's life, and the trick here is boss. Easy means easy. It's in your own hands to make your life easy. Ready with me? If you're not writing till now, you need to write now. The most frequently asked question, bolting. What is bolting? Well, people, certain plants in their life are rosette plants. Rosette plants simply means I tend to grow like this. For example, NCERT says it clearly, cabbage or beetroot. Now in these plants, since they don't have an axis, they don't have a stem, it is very difficult for the plant to conduct water and minerals. Root will absorb water and minerals, but I need an axis to conduct them. So horticulturists, more often than not, in order to augment or increase the growth of such plants, spray them with gibberellic acid. So stem elongation in rosette plants. Each word is diamond studded. Okay, after this, when you read NCERT, you tell me how you felt. You're going to fall in love with this chapter. Rosette plants. Can we do that? Yeah. And examples, as is given in NCERT, cabbage and beetroot. We know that if I spray gibberellic acid even once a week to a cabbage plant, it grows by 3.5 meters. That's a lot of growth. What does O stand for? O stands for overcomes dormancy. Dormancy. Extremely important here. Anything that is lying dormant in the plant body, who all can lie dormant here? What all can germinate? Buds of the plant can germinate. The apical buds of the plant can germinate. The axillary bud can germinate. The adventitious bud can germinate and give rise to new structure. Underground stems, I promised, will help the plant in perennation. Talk about rhizomes, talk about corms, talk about bulbs, talk about tubers. Now, if these words are not familiar to you, you must and you should watch the session on morphology, which is available on this channel. Find it out. There's a very beautiful ordered playlist for every subject. From time to time, you know, when you are just exploring other online sites and you're busy chatting and everything, just take out a few minutes and explore the playlist of botany, zoology, chemistry, physics. It's a yummy content. It's the best content available on YouTube, and I say that in a promising tone, in a promising way. So it overcomes dormancy of anything. No confusion, not only seed. Yeah, of seed, because that is very important. There the life starts with the seed germination, tubers, one of the underground stems, and buds. So sometimes it is sprayed by horticulturists if they want the seed to germinate very, very fast. What does S stand for? There are two S's. Sex expression or gender expression will be present for this hormone as well. Very important question. It produces a masculine effect here. Masculine effect. That is male flowers on cucurbits. Now, who is going to be a darling of today's class? Come on, keep my heart. Cucurbits are monoecious or dioecious? You have a chance to make me very, very happy. Oh, is it monoecious or dioecious? Naturally, cucurbits or cucumbers or watermelons or pumpkins, same family. And cucurbitaceae is there in your syllabus, right? No, it's not in your syllabus. Oh, don't start killing me. It's not in your syllabus. Is it monoecious? Very good. Very good. You all made me happy. All are darlings. So, it's a monoecious plant. It will produce male flowers. Then the next S is one of my favorite questions, I tell you. It is sugar. Very, very important question here. Sugarcane. Sugarcane internode elongation. You know why it is my favorite? Well, darlings, this is a commercial use. It's a commercial use, and there is a tendency of the examiner to ask questions from commercial uses of anything you ever study in life, any subject. So the yield of sugarcane lies in the stem now. The longer the internodes, more is the sugar. So I started spraying sugarcane with gibberellic acid. And they said, this is also given in NCERT, I am not making this up. It increased the yield by 20 tons per acre of the field. Is that clear? Lord knows. Now, there's a question. Yeah, the question was based on this. These are all previous year questions. Answers in the chat box. Come on. Everybody. Somehow my eyes can't see the irrelevant messages here. My regular students, there's a bad news here. My Chotu laptop has given up. Even at 25 degrees, I'm feeling cold. Huh? Okay, everybody has answered 3. Which of the following plant growth hormone increases the yield of sugar? Very nice, ma'am. We know it like nobody else. Next question. I'm not short of questions here. Lot of questions today. Which of the following is not correct, is incorrect about gibberellins? Come on. I'll just move. Another kind of answers in the chat box. In the break, I might get a jacket here. Everybody, hi Chiku. Niharika, why are you saying hi to Chiku? He's a very serious student. Oh, he showed the seriousness just now. Okay. You know, they say what cannot be cured has to be endured. I have started enduring the chat box. I've started enduring it. Certainly, there's no cure of it. Answers, please. Wear a jacket, ma'am. You can't fall sick. Well, the team is yet to send a jacket. If the team is listening to me, bhej do yaar. And it's not even, it's certainly colder than other years in Bangalore. Otherwise, Bangalore is quite a darling in terms of weather. The entire country is freezing right now. Yeah, I have friends in Delhi who say that it's colder, and it's going to get colder. We are just in mid of January. It's only going to get colder, I fear. Huh? Global warming and a lot of other things. Yeah, I live in Bangalore. Bangalore is home since many, many years. Okay. Done, everybody? Why am I getting mixed answers to this question? Did you find a problem? Oh, of course. Ma'am hasn't taught this. Now, this leads us to the third hormone. You know what? After plant growth hormones, we'll take a break. Is that okay? Yeah? Could we agree on this? After we finish all the 5 hormones, we'll take a break. And we'll do, it's a short, tiny chapter, and I've made it very easy. Chalo. So, oh God, that's a big name. N6-furfuryl aminopurines. Kudos to you guys for doing chemistry here. Yeah. N6-furfuryl aminopurine and kinetin. Now, that's a sweet name. That's good. Kinetin are derivative of what? It is adenine derivative, which is a purine base. So, the answer lied in this, which is a purine base, nitrogenous base. You study in DNA structure also. It is adenine. So, now we are going to study about cytokinins, everybody. But before we move on to cytokinins, I have a few points, a few other questions that I can think about when it comes to gibberellic acid. Yeah. For example, parthenocarpy. So, if on a certain year there was a question, which of the following hormones induce parthenocarpy? So, they will give pairs of, pairs means they will give multiple hormones in the options. They could make a pair of abscisic acid and gibberellic acid. Another option could have a pair of cytokinin and gibberellic acid. So gibberellic acid causes parthenocarpy in apple and pear. In apple and pear. And one more thing, frequently asked question, it is used commercially to increase the size and enhance the shape of fruits, shape of palm fruits. I don't know why I feel this is extremely important. It is given in NCERT. NCERT cannot escape from me, I cannot escape from NCERT. It's a catch-22. The size of apples, because it sells better in the market, again it is based on greed. So what I am telling you now are the commercial uses specifically. In NCERT, functions, uses, features, everything is muddled. So what I have done is I have picked out the functions and gave you the trick of it, which is boss. These are the commercial uses here. Because seedless apples and even grapes, it is used to increase the shapely grapes, to produce shapely grapes, because it sells better in the market. Is that clear? It will help in seed germination, that we have already seen. Yeah. What are palm fruits here? What are palm fruits? I know the classification of fruits is not in your syllabus, but actually apple and pear are your palm fruits. It's a simple fruit. I told you about palm fruit and morphology because I knew somewhere or the other it will be applied. Then there was a question, if you remember, from malting here. From malting. Malting. Yeah. So it increases the yield of barley grains. It is used in brewing industry also. You know, there are certain liquors, there are certain beverages which are derived from barley grains. Of course, alcohol is made when you ferment them. Okay. So the initial step of brewing includes malting, gibberellic acid. Okay. And flowering is also done here. So you see that there are so many overlapping functions. Don't get affected by that. Ma'am, this was there in Auxins also, it has come in Gibberellin also. I have taken care of the important functions through tricks. That is your priority. If at all, just go through them. Just go through this. Trust me, I have taken care of that. Now, there are some plants which require, this is quite interesting. Some plants definitely require low temperature conditions in order to flower. I did not say seed germination. That is called as vernalization. In plants requiring vernalization. Vernalization. Oh. Vernalization. Low temperature. Ma'am, it is not in syllabus. Ma'am, it is removed. Listen to me very carefully. Do you know your new NCERT, which you sing so much about, ends at this word? It is no harm to know at least the process, at least the definition, if not study it in detail. I am not sending you to the exam center. If you are my kid, I am not sending you to the exam center without knowing the phenomenon. Kindly do that. It's not going to, the government is not placing any tax for that. So, low temperature requirement. You know, guys, you might not like to hear this, but in 2022 as well, NMC had released a notice stating the syllabus with a lot of deletions, and lo behold, 2023 comes with questions from the deleted parts. I don't mean it. I don't want to be flooded with messages later on. Ma'am, will questions come from? No. Anybody who asks me personally, I define the lines, what you have to do. You don't have to do transport, you don't have to do mineral nutrition. But if you ask me about secondary growth, oh yes. If you ask me about definitions of important processes, low temperature for flowering, not seed germination, yaar, for flowering. Flowering is a very, very sensitive process. Yeah, so these are some extra points that I wanted to keep you, I just wanted to keep you safe. Now we can go to cytokinins. Can we? Ready everybody? Now the first two hormones were acidic in nature. This one is basic in nature. Of course, it is derived from a nitrogenous base. So it is a aminopurine. It is a aminopurine like I said, I am going to endure the chat box. Ayana, session duration is 10 o'clock. Karthik, it is 10 o'clock. It includes a half an hour break for your dinner or whatever you want to do. Akshita, which question are you talking about, darling? Bangalore is a city of paradise. Don't overhype it. I love Bangalore. The weather is so good. Okay, that was quite relevant to NEET 2024. Thank you very much. Oh, aminopurine or phenylurea. Phenylurea derivative. Yes, ma'am, we know. You will never miss anything on the discovery. Skoog was the first one, and his friends, Skoog and Co. NCERT states. Well, they first discovered not the hormone, but they discovered that a callus of tobacco undergoes proliferation only if, along with auxin, cytokinin, no, not cytokinin, along with auxin, they said that you told us auxin causes cell division. You told us that auxin is required for proliferation and division of cells. But you know what? Even if we add auxin, for some time proliferation or increase in the cell number is happening. And then there's nothing, there's stationary phase. What do? So Skoog and his friends added yeast cells only if, along with auxin, yeast cells, yeast are unicellular fungi, yeah, or coconut milk and herring sperm DNA are added. Herring is a small fish. They said that fish's sperm DNA we have isolated. Only then we are able to see some growth. Then what happened? After a few years, Miller, so he is credited. Whoever will give you the final molecule, final chemical will be credited with the discovery. Okay. Usually you will see in the question Skoog and Miller. Because if this wouldn't have happened, this wouldn't have happened. So Skoog and Miller or only Miller, whatever is the option, mark it. Miller autoclaved and isolated herring's DNA. Okay, he said out of all this, I am going to take this, the animal kingdom, easy for me perhaps. And what he discovered was a kinetin. Okay, ma'am. Now the scary chemical name, the long chemical name that you and I saw is actually kinetin, 6-furfuryl. I am going to lose it. 6-furfuryl. Furfuryl is nice too. The phonetics are nice. 6-furfuryl aminopurine, something. Okay, is the kinetin. But he also said, I have isolated it from herring sperm DNA. I don't find it in plants. Okay, so it is not present in plants. But it can cause the same effect of what was discovered in plants later. That is, what was discovered in plants was zeatin. Zeatin was first discovered in plants. Kindly make a note of this distinction that kinetin is not a plant hormone. It's not a natural cytokinin. Okay. Now, why was it called zeatin? Let's also ascertain that because zeatin was isolated from our very own, very popular Z maize. The maize plant. The maize plant, and it is also present in, also found in. Can you say that in the chat box? Also found in, everybody? Say it. Coconut milk. Coconut milk. Hence, this happened. Are we clear? Good. Very good. Now we are going to perhaps solve this question. Answers in the chat box, everybody. Everybody, answers in the chat box. Nandini, Naisha, you can be more creative than calling yourself as a NEET aspirant. Life is better than that. Is everything okay? Okay, great. So the question is, which of the following PGRs have been isolated from autoclaved herring sperm DNA? That is your cytokinins. Cool. Now we are going to move to the trick of it. And after plant hormones, we will seek a break. You can call them functions or uses. You can call them functions or uses, everybody. Now the trick that I have for you is not a song, is not a movie story or anybody's story. It is simply Madras. People from Chennai, give me a shout out quickly. People from Chennai, give me a shout out in the chat box. Everybody. Easy to remember, easiest ever. N stands for morphogenesis. Now this is sensitive. Morphogenesis means formation of plant parts. You and I are certain together that if I have the callus, if I have undifferentiated mass of tissue, I need to give them a mixture of auxin and cytokinin. There's no doing without it. Now in case of morphogenesis, this is an advanced level question. Kindly make a note that the ratio of cytokinin to auxin is what matters, since they have to be put together. Are we very clear? Previous year question alert. If this ratio is more, that is, you're giving more cytokinins, then you will see the formation of buds or shoot. It is shoot. Is this part of the board visible to everybody? Okay, and if auxin is more, that is, this ratio is less, then I will see root formation. I am not concerned about the individual concentrations in this case. It is always a ratio that matters. And if you put an intermediate ratio, which simply means you're giving equal amounts of cytokinin and auxin, then no differentiation will happen. It will keep dividing because both the hormones will have their independent effect of cell division. The cell will keep dividing. Callus will increase in number. Okay? Does that make sense to us? So that is the story of morphogenesis. Next is my personal favorite again, and that is A stands for apical dominance. Apical dominance. Well, ma'am, you said that for auxins as well. In this case, cytokinin is courageous enough to reverse the apical dominance of auxins. That is, it will promote the growth of lateral buds. Growth of lateral buds even in the presence of apical bud. You don't have to decapitate the stem, just give more amount of cytokinin and you will have the lateral buds growing. Now always remember, examiner loves to ask the antagonistic functions of hormones. Antagonistic functions of hormones. Thank you, Sausi. You are awesome. What is Vishal saying? That is why I don't like the chat box here. You know, if chat box are antagonistic to me giving you previous year questions, yeah, don't do that to your teachers. You should extract whatever knowledge or whatever questions your teachers have to give you rather than doing otherwise. Now, like I was saying, antagonism. So this way, this is the antagonistic effect here. Don't you think so? I am doing opposite of another chemical. What does D stand for? Well, if I am a growth promoter, what do you think? Think. Never stop thinking. I am going to break the dormancy. I am breaking dormancy. But you know what? That is not my chief function. Breaking dormancy will always be the task of the boss. Who is the boss? Answers in the chat box. Yeah, I'm going to keep asking you. I would know what all you guys are doing. Who's the boss? This guy. That is why, to make it clear, I'm going to write it specifically. Synergistic to gibberellic acid. I might complement gibberellic acid in breaking the dormancy. Is that clear to everybody? Same thing. Same thing, that is buds, underground stems, seeds, everywhere. What does R stand for? Very beautiful question here. I don't want to repeat the term, it's my favorite. So I'm just going to change the color and I hope everybody writes it. It is Richmond-Lang's effect. Everybody, Richmond-Lang effect, I want the chat box to be full with this. What is Richmond-Lang's effect? Well, the discoverer were two gentlemen, Richmond and Lang. Okay. It delays senescence here. It is like an anti-aging hormone. Think about it. If, you know why we age? We age because cell repair, one of the reasons, not all, because in our body cell repair slows down. The old cells are not replaced by the young cells, by the new cells. So cytokinins enhance cell division to such a nice rate that they delay senescence. Senescence or aging in any plant part. They will not let them get old. How do they do that? Cell division is one part. Another thing is by mobilizing the nutrients. By mobilizing the nutrients. What is mobilizing the nutrients? You know, when a plant part gets old, what actually happens? If there is a leaf, I was a leaf, hung up on the stem, I was having the time of my life. Now it's time to go. My time has come. So the first thing that will happen is this leaf will stop getting nutrients, the macro and the micronutrients. And that will create an abscission zone. I'll be speaking about it later as well. That will create a zone at the base of this leaf which has no nutrients. And then slowly the photosynthesis stops happening, the chlorophyll stops getting made, and the leaf dries up, gets older, achlorosis happens and falls down. That is called abscission. But if you're giving me nutrients continuously, I'm not getting old. You're giving me new cells also, I'm not getting old. Good. That is called as Richmond-Lange effect. Of course, if they've discovered it, people are using it commercially. Suppose you don't want the vegetative phase to go further into the reproductive phase, because you're like, you know, if I sell the fruit next year, I can, this is just a hypothetical example. Yeah, as a horticulturist, as a greedy person, one could think, I might sell it later. So let's prolong the vegetative phase. Let's not cause abscission of flowers or leaves. Spray with cytokinin. Human beings are. Okay. What does A stand for? This is very easy, not a surprise. Along with auxin. Along with auxin. Just a reminder. This question has been asked n number of times. Callus formation. Callus formation. So, if my X plant is very good, it makes no sense unless your callus formation is great. Because only in the callus, the morphogenesis will happen. Oh, now I remember to drink water. So many messages before the class. Ma'am, stay hydrated. PTC technique. What is PTC? Everybody in the chat box. And lastly, what remains for all the hormones is sex expression. Yeah, sex expression. Now, is it masculine or feminine? It is a feminizing effect, just like auxin. On cucurbits. Well, ma'am, is it happening only on cucurbits? Not really. Perhaps we have discovered it on cucurbits. Time for questions, I feel. Okay. There you go. Your time. Come on, people. Lot is happening in the chat box. Beautiful. You get a break. The sooner you answer the questions, you get a break. Thank you, Chiku. And again, pardon me for pronouncing your names wrong if I am. Laya Shruti, thank you. Yeah, I read all the messages. Like I said, you guys are nearing a day where teachers will stop replying to your messages. That's already happening. Have you noticed that? Thank you, ChatGPT. It's Richmond. It's not Richmond. Tanu, You're a darling. Gratitude is always nice to see. Yeah, I've already explained apical dominance. Let's see if you, there's another chance that I repeat it. What is antagonist? Placing your ears on the session is definitely synergistic to what I'm trying to do. This channel needs serious aspirants. Somehow that made me laugh. Of course, it does. Vishal, any problems here? Anything? All good? Okay, so cytokinesis promoting substance was crystallized by, like I cautioned you, they both can come together, Skoog and Miller. But I told you what is the story which is given in NCERT. Let's go further. You are this, I like this question. This was amusing to me. Yeah, you are given a tissue and with its potential for differentiation. I hope you know what is differentiation. In an artificial culture, a question from 2016. Which of the following pairs of hormones would you add to the medium? There you go. Now we are talking. See, I told you, morphogenesis. If you want shoots, give me a higher ratio. If you want roots, give me a lower ratio. But it has to be these two. Once again, reinforces the fact that gibberellic acid is focusing on two things. I'm trying to make this chapter easy for you. And the only way is you always read the exclusivity of every hormone. Okay, so you don't see gibberellic acid taking part in organogenesis, but in seed dormancy. NEET 2022, everybody. Answers in the chat box. Which of the following growth regulators is an adenine derivative? What a easy question. Easiest question of the evening, yeah. Easiest question of the, even easy is thinking. Could I be more easy? Yeah, which of the following growth regulators is an adenine derivative? You guys got it? Very nice. Cytokinin does not help in, let's cement the hormone. Cytokinin does not help in. The question has not in it. Lateral shoot growths. Yeah. Overcoming apical dominance. That is one of the very nice functions of cytokinin. Everybody is answering. I like the way chat box is running. Good, good, good. Kunal, thank you. I'm not giving you a break. What is wrong with you guys? I like how you guys keep fighting amongst yourselves for teachers. Okay. Everybody has answered? Very good. Beautiful. Adventitious shoot formation promoting leaf senescence. This got nothing to do. In fact, it is the opposite of Richmond-Lang's effect to their efforts. Yeah, beautiful question. Next question. Come on people, we move on to the next hormone after this question. Which one of the following acids is a derivative of carotenoids? At least they told us it is not a base. So it cannot be cytokinin. Is it indole butyric acid? Definitely not. That's a indole derivative. Indole 3 acetic acid. Gibberellic acid, abscisic acid. Yes, you got it right. Absolutely, it is abscisic acid. Ready for abscisic acid, everybody? Pens and papers on. Well, this is a, like you just saw with me, it's an acidic hormone. the chemical nature as far as you can go. Maybe you can go further away because you know more chemistry. So try to do that. It is also called as, one of my favorite names is stress hormone for this abscisic acid. Abscisic acid gives us a very negative light because we keep saying that it causes dormancy, it causes senescence. Oh, but it is actually the most required hormone, if you ask me. Just the way you need growth inhibiting hormone, so that you know, if your pituitary keeps secreting growth stimulating hormone, then gigantism will happen, problems will happen. Yeah, and then there is parathyroid also working with thyroid, isn't it? So calcium levels are, all of that what you study in zoology. So stress hormone, because it helps the plant to deal with or to evade drought conditions and extremes of temperature extreme. Think about it. If it is 50 degrees, you are in Thar desert, don't go that far. You're in Rajasthan, it's suddenly 50 degrees and the stomata of the leaves are still open, transpiration is happening. Yeah, and all the plant organs are like, hey, we want to grow. In order for growth, lot of metabolic energy, lot of ATP is required. The plant is going to die soon. So guiding the plant that this is not the right time, or let's say the seed has embryo which is not even mature. You know the stages of embryo, you've studied with me. There is pro-embryo, there is quadrant stage, there is octant stage, there is globular embryo, there is heart-shaped embryo when cotyledons start developing. Then cotyledons develop, then we get the mighty hypocotyle, epicotyle. So if these stages don't happen and you push the embryo owing to gibberellic acid doing its job, then an underdeveloped embryo is never going to form a proper plant. So that way it's not a negative hormone, it's rather the required hormone. So it's called as the stress hormone, and because it promotes dormancy, it doesn't mean that it is promoting dormancy in a seed that is ready to germinate. It is promoting dormancy when the conditions are not favorable. Okay, so it is called as dormant. It will absolutely reverse itself to what you know about gibberellic acid. If I am an underground stem, I am there for perennation. It doesn't mean that on a very nice day when the aerial parts of the plant are not even struggling, I come to sprout. No, not needed. I have a certain role. I have modified myself for adaptation. So it promotes in buds, seeds, rhizomes. Now at this point of time, expecting everybody to know what rhizome is. Yeah, it is also called as beta inhibitor. My nails have started writing here. Beta inhibitor. Well, there was a whole story, you know, when abscisic acid was discovered and nobody has been given the credit of it. Poor guy. People kept discovering as something that is formed during stress, like cortisol is formed in your body during stress. Okay, so one person said, hey, if the plant is in extreme water stress condition, I see this chemical and it's a carotenoid derivative, it's a fatty acid derivative, its precursor is acetyl coenzyme A. Yeah, and then another person said, you know what, I see that the stem is not elongating, the plant is not growing, the seedling is not growing, and I see that there is a certain chemical which is inhibiting the growth, and they called it beta inhibitor. And then some other person got up one day and they said, hey, the seeds are dormant because the conditions, there was no water available, there was no light available, and I isolated a particular chemical, and when all these three people came together and they saw that the chemical nature, the structure was absolutely same. And then we got to know that it is one single hormone. So these are the different names given to this hormone according to how it was discovered, but nobody got the credit. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so this hormone alone counteracts all three. Auxin, who's the second one? Cytokinin and gibberellic acids. In true sense, it is a inhibitor, and the precursor we will never ever forget. Who's the precursor here? Answers in the chat box. Everybody. Acetyl coenzyme A. Fast, very very fast. Fast should think, oh, could I be any faster? Yeah. Some authors write mevalonic acid. It's the same thing. It's some mevalonic pathway that happens. You don't have to get confused. It's the same thing. Okay? Everybody ready for the trick? What is my phone doing here? I'll call you later. I'll call you later. Huh? All good, people? Now, time for the trick. Let's see if we have a question. We have a question. I could not have questions in today's session because this chapter challenges us not in terms of theory. It is rather mediocre. You guys told me that. But when it comes to question solving, we are gone. We are gone for a 6. Yeah, answers in the chat box, everybody. I can see you. Read? Sure. Ma'am, class, huh? What do you mean? Class continue means till I finish the chapter, the class will continue no matter what. There's no power that can stop the class. Everybody is, yeah, this is very, very, very important 2022 question. This is exactly the commercial use of ABA. And like I've been singing the song, every hormone's large scale use or large or commercial use is picked up by the examiner because it is for our benefit. We care about our benefit. Let's get to the trick. Ready? Ready for the trick? Let's trick our minds thinking it's a trick. So, the trick is add tech. If you want to make sense out of it, when you use technology to make advertisements, botany like never before, and you make a AI version of me saying that you can only fall in love with botany if you study with Pankhuri ma'am, botany like never before. Yeah, now I come live and I say it to you and I make you feel it and realize it. Some of you do, some of you don't, some of you don't care. So, when I use technology, that is add tech. When you impart education using technology, that is ed tech. Can we remember that? So, A stands for, what do you think? Do you want to derive? Abscission. When it is, now again, what I told you about Auxin, I am preventing the abscission of young plant parts if I am Auxin. But when it's time to go, when it's time to transition into the next phase or my life cycle is over, if I am an annual plant, I don't care much about life. My life cycle, vegetative and reproductive, is over in 1 year and I die. Okay? If I'm biennial, I'm done in 2 years. Yeah? And if I'm perennial, that these botany concepts should be very clear here. If I'm perennial, I might have a lifespan of many years, but in those years also, yeah, I have to finish my vegetative phase, go down to the reproductive phase, then go to the vegetative phase, then go to the reproductive phase. Okay, so when it's time to fall down, it's time to fall down. So abscission of flowers and fruits, especially the fruit drop, you call it, the fruit drop on ripening, when ethylene has done its job and the fruit doesn't drop, things won't work out. Okay, so this is important. Dormancy is induced. Now boys and girls, this is absolutely antagonistic to GA. GA was breaking. If you go back, since all of you are making such beautiful running notes, if you go back to those notes, what if I don't share the PDF? What will you do then? And I will have my own mood, I'm telling you. I might not. Anyway, so I'm exactly opposite to dormancy. But abscisic acid will break dormancy when it is needed. It is not doing it in a random fashion, and this function is also related to the fact that I am a stress hormone. What does T stand for? My favorite. Transpiration. Well, I cause closure of stomata. But not on any given day, only when I am under stress here. And this property, they apply a thin film of abscisic acid on leaves to ease out transpiration. Okay, so it is used, closure of stomata, and used commercially as, this is a question, as an anti-transparent. Are we together? We better be. This could be a probable question. C is controlled growth. What do you understand by controlled growth? Well, again the same. The basic tune is same. I am not growing just because the conditions are favorable. There's a very fine line. What I just said is really important. If you are listening with all your heart, let's say I am the seed, I am carrying the embryo, everything around me is awesome, enough amount of light, enough amount of nutrients in the soil, all the water. I still have to control the growth of the seed. Why? Because I still need to develop the embryo inside of me. I need to develop proper seed coats. Are we together? I need to wait for the hydrolytic enzymes to act on those complex carbohydrates, complex proteins, so that when I germinate, the germination of seed is like a mother giving birth to a child. It cannot be only the hormones acting. You cannot just tell, okay, this level of oxytocin is present. Yeah. There are enough uterine contractions happening and the birth of the baby will happen. There are a lot of multiple factors. Okay, so controlled growth gives time to seed and embryo development. Extremely important. Is it given in the textbook? No, ma'am. Does it make sense to us? Has to, ma'am. Where will we go? To make sense out of this. See, you cannot just put a wish into the air. Oh, this chapter is difficult, let it be easy. Yeah, you need to work a little bit towards it. And I say little bit in this time and age because your teachers are working so hard, and I say that for all the subjects to make it easy for you. What is H? H is simply the beta inhibitor. Now don't kill me for, ma'am, it's beta, you said H. I'm working with the phonetics here. Could you? Yeah, walk with me here. H is for beta inhibitor. Okay, beta inhibitor. Well, once again, I'm inhibiting every possible thing related to growth, inhibition and senescence. I bring about old age because it is time to get old. I will bring about senescence. How do I do that? If you remember Richmond's-Lang effect, and that is why it is fruitful to be attentive in the class. So, if you remember Richmond-Lang effect, I told you that if I send or mobilize nutrients to a plant part, okay, then it is going to stay young. It is going to stay young. Similarly, this hormone will stop the nutrients. Stop. Immobilizes the nutrients. Blocks the nutrients because it's time to say bye-bye to the world. Death is inevitable, can't help it. Alright, what happened? You got it. Now, answers in the chat box, people. Answers in the chat box. Lovely chat box. Endgame, what is happening? If anybody is still looking forward to join the Endgame batch, then you can click on the link which is given in the description box. It's a beautiful link. When you open the link, you are directed. We have an amazing tech team here. One day I want to call them up and thank them for doing so much. I will get a jacket in the break. I don't have the heart to leave the class as it is. Why are some people answering 4? Don't do that. Priya and Krutika. Abscisic acid is known as stress hormone because it questions like these are so lovely. Yeah, I like how you guys got confused. Let me clear it out for you. Yeah, confusion is very, very good for health. Let's clear this out together. Can we do that? Okay, guys, in your NEET exam, I don't know about JEE, I still have to speak to the teachers. In NEET exam, it is always not about the absolute correct statement. Many a times, most of the times, it is about choosing the most correct or accurate statement, especially when a concept has many branches to it. Okay? So, a concept is a tree and it has sub-concepts and many branches, right? So, when I say that it is a stress hormone, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to what we did. Think about the most emergency situation, flight and fright situation that you call in human body. Ma'am, there is no dinner cooked today, and ma'am, there's a dog running behind me. Which is the most emergency situation, guys? Answers in the chat box. You guys want to make the chat box stupid? Go for it. Which is the most emergency situation? No dinner cooked for you or a dog running behind you? I was still nice not to place a lion in the picture. So, what is a more emergency situation? Similarly, transpiration is the most evil process in a plant body. Okay? So, when I say stress, you are giving me time to develop if you don't break the seed dormancy, right? So, the answer is definitely promoting the closure of stomata. Is that clear to everybody? Yeah. So, we are done with abscisic acid. Now, we will move on to another question. Identify the incorrect statement. Let's solve more questions. Answer, let me see the chat box. Oh, no dinner is an emergency. Well, somebody has to let the dogs out then. Yeah, I need more hearts in the chat box. Come on. Somebody just reminded me that hearts exist for the chat box at least. Huh? Hearts in the chat box. Hearts in the chat box. Some people are busy answering the question. That is also nice. Sausi, thank you so much. Tanu, thank you so much. Some of the names I am not even skilled to pronounce. Pardon me for that, but I can read all the names. Huh? Which color you want? Some people are trying to be smart also. It is always good. Thank you, Nawab's World. You are, gratitude is the biggest quality in a person. Very good. Extremely good. You guys are doing amazing. Amazing means amazing. Okay. Now identify the incorrect statement. Let's get to the incorrect statement. It increases the tolerance of plants against different stresses. Even I don't know, yaar. That is true. It acts as general plant growth inhibitor and inhibitor of metabolism. Well, that is also true. It helps in seed maturation and dormancy. That seems like true. It promotes morphogenesis and differentiation of shoots. But that is wrong. Can you tell me, now since you guys are doing so great, can you tell me which hormone should be accounted for if I am causing morphogenesis and differentiation of shoots? I really like this. Can you tell me which hormone will cause morphogenesis and differentiation of shoots? Everybody? Very good. Priya, you are a star. If you are able to answer this, that means you are super attentive in the session. Because morphogenesis can be caused by auxins also. But it will not initiate the shoots. You see, it will not initiate the shoots. Beautiful question. Thank you, Karuna. Thank you so much, bache. God bless you. Okay. Ma'am, you're not taking my name. It's killing me. See, I read the entire comment that you put. Which of the following hormones are synthesized in large amounts by tissues undergoing senescence and ripening of fruits? Ooh. What do you think? Some people have answered GA3. Now you're killing me. Ripening of fruits. Exclusive. There is no overlapping. Thank goodness. This is one concept in the life of a plant where there is no overlapping between hormones. Nobody is taking this function away from ethylene. Ethylene, people. Yeah? So ethylene is a very interesting hormone. You know why? Because it imitates sometimes the functions of auxin. It sometimes acts like gibberellic acid, less of course. More overlapping is with auxin, if you ask me. This can also be a question. Yeah, and it is both a promoter and inhibitor. Very amusing. Both promote and inhibit. This is the only chemistry I know of it and I'm proud of it. Well, if I talk about the inhibition, your NCERT states it categorically, but it doesn't highlight it. It inhibits longitudinal growth. Ma'am, we don't see it in NCERT, ma'am. What are you talking about? Well, it says that it causes the lateral growth, the transverse growth in seeds, doesn't it? It causes the swelling of the axis. So, ethylene has this specificity in causing a axis growth of the lateral direction. First is this. Who will tell me the precursor of ethylene? Yeah, the precursor of ethylene, everybody. Very, very important. Precursor. Let's continue. Precursor of ethylene is, everybody, if it's a gaseous hormone, very important question, methionine. Another amino acid. Come on, name all the amino acids in the chat box. Biomolecules is still in the syllabus. Transport in plants is not, but biomolecules. This is one hormone which you can isolate from any plant part. Be it root, be it seed, you can isolate it. You can isolate it from a root, from a stem, from a leaf which is undergoing senescence, and from a ripening fruit. You name it, you get it. Even flowers. Because, boys and girls, you would not have thought about it, but it causes flowering also. Maximum amount, if he will ask, that will be in a ripening fruit. That is why you can smell a banana from afar. You can smell a mango. Okay? And this ripening fruit will show a characteristic high respiratory rate. Okay? That is why if you keep a rotten banana, it rottens other bananas. In fact, who discovered it? That reminds me, I should have written it earlier. Okay, let me finish this. High respiratory rate, this is called as climactic effect. Very important question. The moment I give a specific term to something, automatically. Cousins, as simple as the cousins in English. Cousins discovered it. NCERT says cousins discovered in oranges. Yeah. He kept a ripening orange with a unripened banana, and the banana ripened. He's like, haha, there's something gaseous being released. Now, boys and girls, I really feel that this could be the important question of this year. I don't favor it, but I feel it. This is the most widely used PGR in agriculture. Okay, and the commercial name of the compound which is used, anybody? Very easy. Ethifon. Ethifon is the name of the commercial compound. Point to be noted, given in NCERT, I am not making it up. Ethifon is aqueous, because if we gave the hormone in gaseous form, it would get released very quickly. We don't want that. Okay, so in aqueous form, it is released slowly. So that it can affect the growth phases in a sequential manner. Is this clear to everybody? How is the chat box looking? Saucy, you don't stop to impress, huh? Anybody else who could care enough to name the hormones? And then you guys accuse me of, ma'am, you only smile when Saucy messages, because he responds to what is being asked. Love from Telangana. Lots of love and hugs and lots of love from Bangalore. Okay, keep naming the amino acids, it will help you. Okay, anything else that I need to? Or we can go to the trick. These are generic points. Last trick of the day. There's a question. Let's solve a question before I give you the trick. Yeah, so that you guys don't loosen up. Your grey matter is on. Answers in the chat box. Lots of love from Bangalore to Tamil Nadu. Lots of love from Bangalore to Andhra Pradesh. Which hormone promotes internode or petiole elongation in deep water rice? 2023 people. I am not kidding here. I am not kidding here. We are not selling bananas. Huh? Which hormone promotes internode or petiole elongation? This is given in NCERT. Do you know? There are so many. I have an entire library. Lot of thick books and study materials miss this point, but NCERT doesn't. Okay, let's talk about this. This is one of the commercial uses of ethylene. Yeah, so let's talk about the functions of ethylene, everybody. Functions or uses of ethylene. Everybody ready? Ready? Now, since ethylene is the most widely used agricultural hormone, since it is taking the responsibility of auxin one day, gibberellic acid the another day, cytokinin the other day, also tries to keep ABA happy. It is keeping both the worlds together, ladies and gentlemen. I think ethylene is a fabulous hormone, and hence I form the trick as, what can you do about it? Can't do anything about it. It is fabs. You guys, this generation loves short forms, don't you? Yeah, not that I am very old, but elder than you. I don't like short forms. If you ask me, I love the precision of the language, be it Hindi or English. There are two I know. Yeah, so fabs, everybody. Chat box should be full with the word fabs. Come on, I'm giving you some amazing tricks. Shraddha, don't make me smile. Don't do that. Don't post any messages other than the academia. I will kill you. Fabs, everybody. Fabs, everybody. Okay. F stands for the exclusive function of this hormone, which is fruit ripening. Fruit ripening. Well, boys and girls, I can see that fleshy fruits show me a climactic effect. Write down climactic in the chat box, like there's no tomorrow. But very few people know that it also causes dehiscence of dry fruits. It also causes dehiscence of dry fruits. Okay, if you don't want to add it, it's okay. There are very few times in your life with me that I'll tell you to skip something. Dehiscence in dry fruits, because in dry fruits I don't have a fleshy fruit wall, do I? Yeah, do I? I saw a very long message. Okay, cool. Then comes A. A stands for abscission. I promise that I am going to be a promoter and inhibitor both, but at the right time. Mature flowers and fruits. I want you to categorically mention this. Guys, I might not share the PDF. Like I said, you need to write mature flowers and fruits. This way, I am synergistic to whom? Answers in the chat box. Listen to my words carefully. Synergistic, antagonistic. Synergistic, antagonistic. If I am causing abscission, who am I synergistic to? Because this is the way he will ask you questions. And if I ask that I am antagonistic to which hormone, ethylene is antagonistic to which hormone in causing abscission of mature plant parts, what will you say? What will you say? Who is not letting the abscission happen? Auxin. Be very careful of such questions. They will be the ranker questions. They will make you climb up the ladder by 500 or 1000 ranks, maybe more, because more aspirants this year. What does B stand for? Well, it's very easy. Surprisingly, I break dormancy. Breaks dormancy. Ethylene is unpredictable here. He has surprised everybody. I am inhibitor as well as promoter. I am breaking dormancy of seeds, of buds or whatever. So, I am synergistic to whom and I am antagonistic to whom? Could you answer that? It's only going to help you. So, I am going to write the synergistic function. I am synergistic to think about it, gibberellic acid. But but don't confuse this. See, whenever I am mentioning synergism, antagonism, you have to understand the exclusivity of a hormone remains intact. The first hormone that should come to your head when somebody talks about breaking dormancy, overcoming dormancy, should be gibberellic acid. Everything else will complement the main guy. Hence the tricks for every hormone. Those are their exclusive functions. Kindly, sincerely, faithfully note that down. Don't miss on that part. S stands for senescence. Look at this hormone here. In one function it is causing inhibiting activities, other it is causing promoting, now it is again inhibiting. Now the words inhibition and promotion not to be taken in literal sense, yeah, it is the required function. So I need this guy to cause senescence, otherwise the fruit will not drop, flower will not drop. One of the favorite lines in NCERT that I have, I'll tell you, senescence of ripened fruits. Actually, in terms of fruits, you don't call it senescence. Fruits ripen, fruits don't get old. So, senescence of, we can say, leaves and flowers. Leaves and flowers. Are we together? Now, question to you, everybody, answers in the chat box like this. No tomorrow. If I am causing this, I am synergistic to whom? I am synergistic to whom? I want to write of mature leaves. So this is not negative, this is needed, Baba. I am synergistic to ABA. So do you see this hormone is working with everybody? That is why it is the most liked hormones by horticulturists. In fact, some authors believe that if in a plant the concentration of auxin increases, it is directly proportional to the synthesis of ethylene. So sometimes the effects of ethylene that you see let's say more senescence, more fruit drop than required or predicted, is actually not because ethylene synthesis is more. It can confuse a botanist, a horticulturist. It is actually somewhere auxin is being more. Some gene has gone berserk, or perhaps you have given auxin more. Lastly, like for every hormone, S stands for gender expression or the sex expression. Easy. If you guys found these tricks to be super helpful and easy, yeah, and these are unique, okay, this is I haven't made any songs because then people have to learn the song itself or a story. So if you found these tricks really useful, put it in the comment section after the class, and of course the chat box is all yours. Sex expression, is it feminine or masculine? Now, you guys have no worries in life. The only hormone with masculine effect is gibberellic acid. Rest all are with the feminizing effect. Female flowers, and NCERT says this categorically, that it produces female flowers, or it is used commercially. It is used commercially. There is a difference, okay. If NCERT is saying it is used in cucumbers, it doesn't mean that it will not have effect on other plants. But where we used it or where we saw it extensively, that is cucurbitaceae. Cucumbers. Female flowers in cucumbers. You guys told me this is a monoecious plant. So I am greedy. I want to increase the yield. What do? I spray it with ethylene. But the same effect, it is synergistic to whom and whom? Answers in the chat box. Ethylene is the king of PGR, okay. Tomorrow or no tomorrow, exam will come and go. Exams have this nature. Exams will happen. Yeah, whether you create your tomorrow, you don't create your tomorrow, you do something today, you don't do anything today, exam will happen. Okay, so this is synergistic to all the other two. All the other two was not a correct statement. The other two, that is auxin and cytokinin. See, I am preparing you for a tricky question as well. Synergistic in sex expression. If it doesn't make sense to you, let me know. Oh yeah, I have to tell you this. One of the two statements given exclusively in NCERT and worth appreciating is that other commercial uses, that deep rice water plants which get submerged. You know, rice plantation requires a lot of water. Irrigation is supremely required in a rice crop, if you don't know. So here we don't want the leaves to drown in water because that will interfere with the photosynthetic activity. Do you agree? Common sense. So in order to keep the aerial parts of the plant, some aerial shoots and leaves floating on surface of water, what could I do? Well, I have to elongate the internodes. Ma'am, give gibberellic acid. No, gibberellic acid is not going to act on this plant per se. Okay, it doesn't mean, and that kind of internode elongation, that extent of internode elongation I don't want in this plant, because I know genetically this plant is quite a herb. So I give small concentration of ethylene. Magical hormone means magical hormone. Small concentration of ethylene causes internode elongation. Another thing not mentioned in many sources is something called as thinning. Let's write it. Thinning. Thinning of cherry and apple trees. Apple trees. What is it? Well, these trees, cherry and apple trees, develop a lot of flowers at once. And I might not need all the flowers. You know why? Because if I keep all the flowers on the tree, have you seen cherry blossom tree? Not in our country so much. If you keep all the flowers, think about it. Then the clusters of fruits, because you know here we have the inflorescence, we have the fruitlets. If it is too much to gather, just the plain concept. But in morphology I have thought about this, that achenes or fruitlets develop. If it is getting, then just remember that if I let a lot of flowers to hang on to the tree, then the fruits will not get enough space. Okay, and all in all, every flower will also struggle for the resources. So that is called thinning. It's again a commercial use. So abscission of flowers, to cause resource allocation. Now NCERT just says thinning. Puts it on you. I'm trying to tell you, explain you the logic of it so that you understand it with heart. To cause resource allocation. You can add it there. If it takes too much of effort to make notes, just add it there. Add the tricks also there. I can understand. It takes a lot of effort, ma'am. You don't know. What do you know, ma'am? So now it's very easy. NEET 2023. Let me look at the chat box. How is it looking? Amma. All good? Like I promised, I'm going to give you a break once we're done with questions and everything regarding plant hormones. The next part of the lecture, post break, post dinner, whatever you want to call it, will be the seed, germination, growth, and the first half of the chapter, that is growth curves and growth rates. It's very easy. Good. Now solve this question from 2022. Everybody. Nawab's World, beautiful. Yeah, God bless you. Can't say that enough. Chiku has answered. Chiku is the first one to answer. Me like Chiku. People are getting confused. Is it? The gaseous plant growth regulator is used in plants to kill dicotyledonous weeds. You know that this is the exclusive function. Whatever I have given you in pink as a trick, there is no replacement of that. Those are short functions of every hormone. Okay, so this is wrong. Speed up the malting process. This is wrong. It holds true for gibberellic acid. Promote root growth and root hair formation to increase the surface. My bad. My bad. Help overcome apical dominance, that is cytokinin. One of the important functions of ethylene that I forgot to tell you. Again, very beautiful function. Let's write it here since we all are making notes so sincerely. Yeah. Nothing goes anywhere in assuming nice things. If examiner will ask what causes root initiation, you will not take a breath, and in a single breath you will not take another breath, and you will mark auxin. I am giving it to you. But if he says what causes root hair formation, if he asks root hair formation, and may you be asked, then it is ethylene. Together with me everybody, it is ethylene. Root hair increases the surface area of absorption. Primary root absorbs water and minerals. Hence, the question had what it had. What it had. Okay, good. Now you have it in your notes. Next question. There you go. I told you. What is it, people? Answers in the chat box. I'm not going anywhere till I get all the answers. The chat box should be filled with answers here. The questions are for you. Remember, questions are for you. Everybody is aligned on 4th. Oh yeah, production of cucumber has increased manifold in recent years. Application of which of the following has resulted? Now, I have a question. I have a counter question from you. We said that cytokinin is also causing feminizing effect. Then why not cytokinin? That's my question. It's unfair. This guy also causes feminizing effect, na baba? So if you are increasing the production, why didn't you choose cytokinin? I understand ABA has no job, Gibberellin is masculine. Why did you choose this? Let's see who's doing what. Thank you, Priya. You're my favorite today. Today's evening favorite has been picked up. Very good. Very good. Yummy. Because most widely used hormone in agriculture is ethylene. And I need ripening of fruits as well. Where am I going? Just by creating flowers. So this guy is doing 2 steps. It's enhancing the feminizing effect and it causes fruit ripening also. Amazing? Okay, yes ma'am, makes sense to us. Makes sense like never before. If plant growth hormone has suddenly become chewable, it has become palatable, it has become easy, you guys have enjoyed the chapter, don't forget to let me know in the comment section. All I have is your amazing, not only amazing, if you found it confusing, that is also okay. But all we teachers have are your comments. Oops, I gave the answer. My bad. Okay, the question was missing. My bad again. Yeah. So fruit and leaf drop at early stages can be prevented by the application of, I told you, right? Any hormone that is causing the abscission, no hormone is working against the plant here. Unless there is a pathology, unless you play around with the concentration of hormones, in their natural sense, in their natural availability, they will always do things at the right time. So if you want to, now why didn't I answer Auxin? Let's see. Priya won the heart earlier. Who will answer this? Anybody who will answer this? Why not Auxin? Yeah, even if you put any comment in the chat box to get a response, my brains are pretty developed that way. Who will answer me? Parul, you will answer? I see Parul is very regular to the sessions. Not only my sessions, all sessions. Somebody has named themselves as Detective Darwin. Oh God. You guys are something. for sure. Priya, darling, good try, good try. Let me read the question again and maybe you will get a hint. I love playing with your brain sometimes. Fruit and leaf drop. Oh, come on, people. Anant, what is wrong with you? We saw that. Auxin is going to prevent the early drop of plant parts, the abscission of plant parts. What are you? Oh, look. Come on. Not getting it? Think about it. NEET aspirant. Nawab's world, no. Place your brain at the right place, right spot. Giving you more time here, giving you more time. Next question. NEET aspirant has already sort of given the answer here. Oh, come on. You people, come on. I said it. Listen, the phonetics are very important. Fruit and leaf drop. Auxin has got nothing to do with fruit drop. Auxin will prevent the early abscission of leaves at the most flowers. From today onwards, whenever the question has something with fruit drop, fruit ripening, anything to do with making any changes in the fruit, you guys will give importance to ethylene. That serves us well. That helps us. Yes, everybody, good for you. You are given a tissue with it. This is a repeated question, isn't it? This is a repeated question, I think. Okay, you are given a tissue with its potential for differentiation in an artificial culture. Which of the following pairs of hormones would you add? You guys know it. It is cytokinin and auxin. Respiratory climactic. Come on, people. You guys have done well so far. Boliye, tell me. I wish I knew any other language to say that. Everybody is sure it is ethylene. See, such easy questions from plant growth hormones. And congratulations, you have finished all the plant growth hormones. And I will give you a break after telling you something important. The doubt class and the previous year. Do you want more previous year questions? Very challenging questions that ma'am has handpicked. That ma'am has handpicked. Do you want that? Answers yes in the chat box or no in the chat box. Up to you. No is most welcome. People are answering 1 and 4. Which of the following is not a use of plant PGR? Ethylene, kindly. Initiation of flowering and synchronizing fruit set in pineapples. This is again a function of ethylene. It does that. It is commercially used in pineapples. So let's say a pineapple tree is growing. Okay. Some flowers have come now naturally, owing to the antagonistic and synergistic functions of hormones. Auxin promotes flowering in pineapples too. Auxin did its job. But somehow on this tree, all flowers haven't blossomed. So the human being, the horticulturist, is greedy. He's like, this season I want all the flowers, I want all the fruit sets to happen all at once so that I can carry the fruits and sell it in the market. So in order to make those other flowers also get into the reproductive stage, of course auxin is doing its job in flowering in pineapples. We wrote it, we mentioned it. I could spray some ethylene. All in all, whatever problem is happening in the plant, ethylene is the solution. Induction of flowering in mango is also done commercially. It is given in your NCERT. This question is a question from lines of NCERT. Claps for that. Where else do we get questions from every line of NCERT? Nowhere, ma'am. Yes, I'm standing here and claiming that. I don't do that often. Yeah, so some amount of claps are required. Ethifon, most common source of ethylene, hastens fruit ripening in tomatoes. And induction of parthenocarpy in tomatoes. Yes, fruit ripening will happen in tomato with Ethifon. It is used commercially, but it does not induce parthenocarpy. The two hormones involved in parthenocarpy, I am telling you point blank, is auxin and cytokinin. For tomato, it is auxin. Yes. Now, hormones made easy. Was it easy for everybody? Let's write the tricks together. The tricks of all the hormones. I want everybody to flood the chat box with whatever trick is your favorite. There are 5 hormones. There are 5 short tricks. Flood it. Go berserk. Go crazy. Okay. Now, before I let you guys do that, please understand that at any given point of time, NCERT says it beautifully, it is not a single hormone which will function. Okay, for example, if I want morphogenesis, if I want organ formation, it has to be a cumulative effect of auxins and cytokinins. And the phase in my life when auxins and cytokinins are working hard to cause morphogenesis, I cannot let ABA have its equal or the concentration when it has to act during stress. That time, the plant has to keep ABA low in concentration. So, it is always a cumulative effect of all the hormones working together, just like your body. You cannot tell one day that, I don't, pituitary, you cannot tell the hypothalamus, you cannot tell adrenal glands to stop doing their job. It is always, of course, the concentration and production increases or decreases according to what is happening with the body. Am I right about it? So, it is the same thing. Yes, this is mentioned quite categorically in NCERT. Now, you should know the example because he can give you a question. Which hormones, which pair of hormones are synergistic in morphogenesis or antagonistic? Baba, if I am doing morphogenesis, I am going to be antagonistic with ABA. I cannot tell the ABA to come. It will not let morphogenesis happen. If the seed is ready to germinate, everything is fine internally, externally. You will have to be antagonistic. Plant will have antagonistic activity. But there are two sides of the coin. It will have to be antagonistic with ABA because that breaks dormancy. What to do? Is that clear? If, let's say I am in a very hot environment, I am in a blazing 45, 50, 55 degrees, then what will happen? I want gibberellic acid and abscisic acid, both antagonistic effect. Reduce one. Maybe the plant is in a vegetative phase. The plant didn't know. Plant is like, hey, I'm going to grow, metabolism is increased, gibberellic acid is amazing, everything, stem elongation is happening, there's no senescence, growth is happening, auxin is happy. And suddenly, the temperature changed. Then the plant is mindful to get the antagonistic hormone into function. The idea is to survive in every situation. Tricks are done, everybody. Let me see who, don't write all the tricks. Saucy, don't do what you do. Oh, come on. Give me one favorite trick. Let me see. देखो जब खाली जगह होती है ना मिस्टर रॉक तो ऐसा ही होता है. Maybe it's empty. People are saying Madras is my favorite trick. I have a lot of Favorite for Madras. Botany like never before. That's always a promise. Royest is Shraddha's favorite. ठीक है. Likita is saying Royest is favorite. Karuna is saying Madras is favorite. Oh God, you guys just type anything in the chat box. Okay, let's write the tricks together. If I forget, you remind me. So the first one was Royest. The second one, I don't remember. We'll go in the order of Auxin, and who works with Auxin? Cytokinin. Cytokinin was boss? No, that was Gibberellin. What was cytokinin? Madras? Madras. I want a lot of shout out in the chat box. Chat box is very silent. Don't like it. Gibberellin was boss. He's the boss. Then, come on people, help me out here. Oh, after that we move on to abscisic acid. Abscisic acid was what? Fabs? No. Fabs can only be one. There's only one fabulous hormone. I'm forgetting it. Adtech. And ethylene is what? Fabs? Okay, sorry. Now, let's label the hormones against them. Last part of pre-break. I'm giving you a break after this. This is Auxin. Yes, ma'am. Not in any textbook. Not ever on YouTube also. Okay. If there is a clone of I who exists somewhere in some parallel universe, possible that you will see a duplication of this, but no. Otherwise, no. Okay. There are songs and mnemonics, but like I said, I'm tight-fisted about that. Madras, Chennai, anybody, people from Chennai, give me hearts here at least. Fire or heart, up to you. This is cytokinin. This is GA, no problem. This is ABA, no problem. This is ethylene, no problem. Done and dusted, like you say. Plant hormones are done this way, guys. And if you do it this way, nobody is taking away any question, any marks away from you, I promise you. Okay, so we will meet. It's 8 p.m. exactly 8 o'clock. When do we meet? Meeting again is essential because the other part. Okay, last question. This is the last question which includes all the hormones. I promise you it's the last question. I promise you it's the last question. Everybody answers in the chat box. Come on. You guys have been amazing. You can still do it. Match the following. Definitely a lot of probability. Huh? We mean real business here. Come on. Answers in the chat box. I don't know about that. I don't need a break. When you fall in love with something, this is, but for you guys, I'll give a break. Anant, these are 8 marks. 2 questions are asked from plant growth hormones. Minimum, because the syllabus has reduced. It's not 4 marks. So, the fruit ripener, nobody else, you will not give that role to anybody. Promise me. Fruit means ethylene. Fruit means ethylene. Herbicide or weedicide, rather selective, is 2,4-D. Bolting agent, we wrote it in BOSS. The B in BOSS is bolting. Yeah, so that is GA3. Stress hormone, beta inhibitor, abscisic acid. There you go. There you go. Okay, so time for the break. It's 8 p.m. No, it's 8:02 now. So what do we do? How much time do you need? Tell me. Tell me, Baba. How much time do you need, guys? All your classes are done? Endgame people, classes are done? Oh, Anand, I am not so generous. Stingy. I will wear a jacket. I need a jacket, yes. 8:27. Don't play with me. 8:30. Let's keep it 8:30. 8:30 seems good. We will meet at 8:30 for the love of botany. Come on, yeah. It is a lovely subject. Don't you think so? All right. Thank you very much. You guys have been amazing, and I will see you. See if your heart brings you back at 8:30. We are going to do the first half of the chapter, which definitely gives you one question. There is no escape from it. This chapter is extremely important, and that's why I picked it. Cool then. See you. Bye-bye. we're back. Enough water. Whatever you guys reminded me of, I'm carrying that here. I'm carrying water. I'm wearing a jacket. Let me wear the mic. And I'm still praying that my laptop gets fixed. Guys, be back. Be back, everybody. And call everybody back. What is the day today? Everybody write the day. I am going to. Yeah, one trick of life that I had to give you. Always keep your study table, my work table, clutter free. Because your surroundings impact your thoughts. If you keep too many things on your study table, you're going to get an idea that things are difficult. The preparation is not easy, yaar. Life is not easy, yaar. And that might not be the truth. Let me see what's happening. 30 minutes, 28 minutes break was given to you. All right, everybody should be back. Are we back? Let's be back. Going to take an hour. We have done the major chunk and the most important chunk of the chapter so beautifully. It only is right and makes sense to do the other half as beautifully. What do you think? Huh? Because definitely it's not just for the sake of it. Oh, we have to complete the chapter. Oh, the syllabus is not complete. Okay, ma'am, let's do the other half. No, a short, and that's a minimum. If I count 2 MCQs from PGR and 1 from the next half of the chapter, of course I reversed the NCERT sequence only because it is so MCQ intense, and you find, do you all agree, you find PGR very confusing? Today, after today, I'm hoping, wishing and praying that it has become wow. Has it? Let me know in the comment section afterwards. Means a lot. And you can always like the session. Means a lot. You can always share the session. Means a lot. Yeah. So, like I was saying, that means we have 3 MCQs from this chapter. But the problem is, this chapter is getting you 4 MCQs every year since last 2 years. And 2024 is not getting any different or easier. Not meaning to give you a bad news. These lights that we have in the studios, right? AC becomes very compulsory. Okay. Mr. Rock is back in the class. Good to have you. Increase sum, क्या हो गया? What happened? Yeah, Dr. Raghu. Good to have you, Dr. Raghu. Dr. Raghu, I would really suggest that you use your doctor's mind and increase the volume of your device. That has brought a lot of change to people's lives in the past. Try doing it. No, Parul, you just sent me a heart. Why did you delete it? Nandini, absolutely. Today is Thursday. Make sure you don't miss any end game classes, platform classes, and yes, guys, there's a link given in the description box. I want everybody to opt for the scholarship test. I'm not even seeking your preparation. Ma'am, I'm not prepared. Ma'am, this is happening. That just being a part of the test. Some of you know how adamant I'm about it. I'm about testing yourself regularly. Nobody has ever evolved or improved in life without being tested. Okay, so opt for the scholarship test. It is priced for not even the recharge amount, right? So let's talk about what about the plant growth. This is a snip from NCERT. Yes, ma'am, we see it in NCERT. Yeah, we like that book. What the NCERT person is showing you is germination and seedling development in a bean plant. Baba, bean is a dicot or monocot? Kindly help me with the answer. A bean is a dicot or monocot? Everybody. So the examiner is saying, whatever you do, however nice your environment is, whatever is happening, once you sow the seed in the soil, this is your soil line, okay, you have done these parts, however nice the reproduction was, however swanky, however fancy your pollination and double fertilization, all of that was, ultimately I need the development of radicle to form the root, and I need the development of the plumule to form the shoot. Okay, so a seed, we know, develops into this young plant which doesn't have the leaves and is not doing the photosynthesis. Things are still developing. It is not this. The entire foliage is not there. The root hasn't assumed its proper depths. The branches are not formed. This is called as a seedling. We understood in the earlier part of the evening that, you know, all of this is regulated by one of the most important intrinsic factors called as the plant growth hormones. But that is just one factor that I told you. Okay. So this process, which is the most important process, that is germination of the seed and formation of seedling, yes, which is carrying the embryo. This is the time that embryo will show its true colors by developing the all of that, you know, hypocotyle, epicotyle, plumule, shoot system, root system, all of that is under the impact of something called as the intrinsic factors, which belong to the seed itself, which is hard coded, which is in the blueprint. If I am coded as a bean seed, which is a dicot by the way, then I am going to develop as a bean seed. If I am coded as a grass seed, a maize seed, then I am coded, then I am going to grow as a grass seed. I am going to show the morphological and anatomical features and the extrinsic factors. Now, unlike us, plants don't have very exaggerated or advanced methods to adapt to any kind of extrinsic factors. So, extrinsic factors in plants are very, very sensitive. Okay. Now, what are the intrinsic factors? One you saw with me. Okay. The most important intrinsic factor is, have you given the nutrients here? Nutrient availability. Nutrient availability. Okay. The seed is constantly in relation to the external environment through the micropyle. The embryo, of course, develops owing to the internal nutrients of the seed. That is endosperm, that is nucellus. All of this has been spoken about in the chapter of sexual reproduction in flowering plants. You should watch that lecture for your own good. Okay, so nutrient availability inside the seed is extremely important. Then comes the genetic makeup, the genes which are present. Now, one is, what is my blueprint here? Am I a bean seed? Am I a maize seed? Am I a sunflower seed? But there are genes to even secrete enzymes and hormones required for seed germination. Okay, so genetic makeup is related to the required enzymes and hormones. The hormones that you studied now, there are genes which will, again, all of that transcription, translation, you know everything. The genes which will lead to the formation of promoter or inhibitor. What do I need at this time? I need a little bit of promoter. I might need inhibitor as well. Do I have the ABI gene? Do I have the gene to secrete gibberellins? Because without them, nothing is happening. And what about the enzymes? What do you think? What kind of enzymes do I need? Well, you need to supply embryo with simple soluble nutrients. When I say nutrient availability, and your endosperm and nucellus are carrying some complex sugars, not happening. You need hydrolytic enzymes here. You need hydrolytic enzymes. Give me, do I have the gene that when the seed is ready to deliver the child, I have lipases breaking down the fats. I have fatty acids supplied to the embryo. That happens in fatty seeds. Do I have the amylases to break down the complex sugars, to break down the starch and give me simple sugars so that I can germinate? So it's not a simple business that is happening. Now let's talk about the extrinsic factors. Both are related. It's not Monday and Tuesday. Both are very much related. Now, the most important factor is water. In fact, the first step, if you remember from reproduction and flowering plants, morphology, or both are related chapters, the first step is that the micropyle has to, Baba, think about when you soak chana in water, when you soak gram seed, when you soak pulses, regular. How are they absorbing the water and the oxygen? What has been taught to you? What do you know? It is through the micropyle, the only opening. So, the first step, ladies and gentlemen, is to imbibe, and I use the word imbibe, it's out of your syllabus, but I am not using the term absorb. Yes, the wise ones know what I mean. First step is to imbibe water from the surroundings. Of course, the water will have its own hydrostatic pressure, but it is also activating this. There you go. The enzymes, the hormones. Enzyme kinetics, you guys know better. Like I said, I know nothing of chemistry. So, activating the enzymes and hormones. Is that clear? Is that clear? So, they will activate the, actually they activate the embryo, and the embryo will release the enzymes and hormones. This is the first step. Second thing, what is the other intrinsic factor? The temperature. Again, enzyme kinetics is so, this much I also know, enzyme kinetics is so sensitive to the optimum temperature. You cannot give me a very low temperature, you cannot give me a very high temperature. I would remain dormant because my enzymes will remain dormant. Okay, as simple as that. So, the optimum temperature falls between 25, maximum plant takes 35 degrees Celsius. Then, ladies and gentlemen, what about oxygen? Baba, all this, oh come on, it's a metabolic process, take it seriously. If I am hydrolyzing the complex substances, I need energy, I need ATP. So, aerobic respiration will happen on the account of oxygen. Is this clear to everybody? I want hearts and fire in the chat box. Post dinner is always like this with you guys. Come on, hearts and fires, I can see from here. I can see from here. Now, there's more to this actually. Some seeds might require light also. Although we know phototropism, we studied that in the earlier part of the evening. We know photoperiodism. Photoperiodism is different from phototropism. Photoperiodism is when flowering happens in response to light. Yes. Some seeds need light. I say some seeds need light for seed germination. For example, tobacco, and those are called as photoblastic seeds. Photoblastic seeds. There are other factors also. If you talk about intrinsic factors, we have to talk about the, it's not in your syllabus now, seed germination and seed dormancy is quite out the window. You know, if the seed coat is very hard, sometimes you will have to give promoters chemicals from outside. We have to put scars on the seed. So intrinsically, if the seed has very hard seed coat, it will not germinate. So another function of water, if you ask me, is to soften the seed coat also, yeah. Soften the seed coat. So it's a culmination, again, it's a synergistic effect of a lot of hormones. Hearts and fire in the chat box is quite missing, but that's okay. Now boys and girls, understand that when both these factors function together, what happens is solute concentration increases. Okay? When you are breaking complex sugars into multiple simple molecules of sugars, when you're breaking fats, complex fats into simple molecular fatty acids, yeah, you're increasing the solute concentration. This leads to osmosis, end osmosis. You know that if I increase the solute concentration, I have the semi-permeable, selectively permeable membrane of the seed coat. Yes, and osmosis of water will happen. This osmosis will further increase the rate of aerobic respiration, and all of this will lead to seed germination. Yeah, this will also lead to, osmosis also leads to mobilization of nutrients. At that point of time, I want to supply embryo with a lot of nutrients, apply pressure on the seed coat. End osmosis is going to apply pressure on the seed coats to break open and cause seed germination. I hope that is very, very clear. Now, let me see what you're saying. The texts I need here. Good? Happens? Understood? Alright. Now where do we go? We see a question based on seed germination. Let's everybody be nice to ourselves and solve this question. What do you think? What is the answer? Why do seeds need water to? So I told you the why of it now. I told you the why of it. What do you think? Why do seeds need water to germinate? Everybody. It has got nothing to do with photosynthesis. The seed is not really actively photosynthesizing. Following hydration, enzymes break down stored food and make it available for the embryo. Quite makes sense. Water provides energy, not at all. Water activates the chlorophyll molecule so that photosynthesis can begin. Go out of the window. Water dissolves the minerals in the soil so that they become available to the seed. Very easy question. Let's go further. Now, when the seed germinates, na baba, it shows two kinds of germination. There's nothing to get confused about. One is epigeal and the other is hypogeal. Epi is a prefix used in biology for something which is present on the surface, upwards or sometimes outwards. Okay? And hypo simply means below. For inside in biology, we use the prefix endo. We clear? We clear? Saucy, you can type it in the chat box. Okay? No harm. Now, this germination that you saw a while ago, and that's why I made a stop there and asked you, put it in your heads that what kind of seed is bean. What do you see here? it's given in NCERT. You see that cotyledons are emerging here. You see that cotyledons are emerging above the level of the soil. Have a look at the screen, not at me. Cotyledons are emerging. Cotyledons are emerging. Epicotyle is emerging. Epicotyle is the region. Epicotyle is the region. I have cleared it out in morphology. Above the soil. That's it. You got it. But why is it happening? One concept is what we see, what appears, that cotyledons are emerging above the level of the soil, hence epicotyle. What can be simpler than this? But there is a concurrent concept that it is happening because hypocotyle grows first in this seed here, and it's pushing the epicotyle region to develop above the soil. Very simple. Yeah, so we can solve both kinds of questions. We don't have a problem. Yeah, you first solve what you see. Cotyledons are developing above the level of the soil because hypocotyle is growing first, preceding, and that is seen in bean plant. That is seen in bean plant. Okay, so we go. I don't need to tell it to you. You guys saw it for yourself. So epigeal germination, just for the sake of you guys are making beautiful notes, hypocotyle grows first and cotyledons develop above the soil. This was the easiest concept of today's lecture. Don't you think so? Hypogeal, nobody will ask you the examples, I'm not going to trouble you. Hypogeal is just the opposite. There you go. Because NCERT does not have an image for hypogeal, so I thought I'll put it. What do you think? What is happening here? Look at this. The cotyledon has emerged below the soil. Hypo is below. So what are you taking into account? Cotyle is cotyledon here. No chances of confusion. So cotyledon is emerging below the soil because hypocotyle is not growing. Look at this. Hypocotyle is not growing. Who is growing? Epicotyle is growing. I tell you one thing. You learn one point. Don't get into the trap of complementary concepts. You learn one point, you derive the other point. Okay? Keep it easy. Keep it simple. Okay? So we write it. I am writing both the points for the sake of completion, so that your notes are full and final. What did we see? Epicotyle. Sorry, did I say epicotyle germination? No, my bad. It is epigeal and hypogeal germination, owing to whether epicotyle is growing below the soil or above the soil. My bad. Epicotyle grows first. You learn one, you derive another. Okay, just the opposite. And cotyledons develop below the soil. We are together with me. Now I would like to sandwich one of my concepts, like you call it in platform classes, plus classes, the joules. This is a question from morphology. You've read about pneumatophores in morphology. That is the example of negatively geotropic roots. And answers in the chat box. Where do you see pneumatophores? What kind of plants show you pneumatophores? Again, adhering to the same question, I am going to derive another question. These are the two kinds of germination. The seed is in the soil, but in vivipary, what is vivipary? Opposite of ovipary. The seeds germinate. Relate the two concepts. Don't be a cuckoo. Relate the two concepts. Seed germinate on parent. And why would I do that? There's a why. because of the same reason you have figured out. I am a halophyte. I am present in saline soil. Okay? Why? Because I am a halophyte. Who is a halophyte? The same plant which has pneumatophores. Who is that plant? A mangrove plant. If you want to be my darling, just name the examples at least of that chapter here. The examples of pneumatophores very well given in your NCERT. Mangrove trees here. Mangrove trees cannot survive if they don't have these adaptations of vivipary, of pneumatophores. More clarity, saline soil. There was a certain year where question was asked, halophyte match the following saline soil. We have several terms in botany like that. Mesophytes, heliophytes, halophytes. We should be clear with basics. Does that make sense to us? Very good. Let's solve a question then. Do we have a question? If we have a question, we always have a question. Answers in the chat box, everybody. Halo is salt. Priya is absolutely right. Chiku, what are you saying? Avicennia, rhizophores, very good. Rhizophora. Rhizophora is an example. Avicennia, Soneraceae. Is the question visible to you? It's visible. Plants retain the capacity for unlimited growth throughout their life. This is true. Again, easiest question of the evening. Why do they do that? Because they have meristematic tissue. Plant growth is unique, agreed, but both the statements are independent of each other. Good? Any doubts in this? Let me know in the comment section if you have a doubt. Plant growth is generally indeterminate because of water. What an easy question, ma'am. Come on, we know better than this. We are better than this. Good. Moving further, presence of meristem. This is a 10-second question. You know, wish for such questions to be asked. You can save a lot of time in botany. Botany is beautiful. Now let's talk about plant growth in particular. Before that, we will do the very basic, which was done in living world. In living world, we study growth is a characteristic feature of living organisms and not a defining feature. Yes? But what is growth? Growth is irreversible change. We can take the liberty to say increase. Yes, in fact, that is the keyword of growth. But it's quite a broad concept. It's a cumulative concept. Growth is not an absolute concept. You cannot say, this is growth. Just that is growth. Because it could be increase in size. It could be increase in number. It could be increase in weight. If I talk about living organisms, I could mean dry weight or wet weight. If you take into account the water which is present in my body, which is a lot, then it is wet weight. If you turn my body into ashes, that is your dry weight. Okay? Let me know in the comment section which is considered more or which is preferred in terms of measurement whenever we are measuring, let's say ecologically or here. The organic matter, when we are measuring, what is considered? You guys know it. So, wet weight or dry weight. I could say it is increase in volume. I could say it is increase in length. See how many parameters. Now, there is also variation. I cannot say that, I didn't increase in height today, so there's no growth happening in my body. Because growth can be simple plasmatic growth of a cell. What is plasmatic growth of a cell? The cytoplasmic components increased here. My cells made a lot of carbohydrates today, lot of amino acids today. Okay, so of a cell, it could be at the tissue level, it could be at the organ level, and yes, the organism level. This is a complete and full and final definition of growth and nothing else. Okay, it encompasses all the possible variations that one sees in the world of growth. Growth is so wide a concept that even non-living world, we could not consider it as a defining feature of living world, because non-living world is also increasing. Yes, but if I talk, now I am going to particularly talk about plants. The growth in plants is unique, as you just solved the question, because it is indeterminate. Plant growth is indeterminate, or can I say it is indefinite. Yes, roots get formed every day, every other day. Stem keeps on giving branches. Yes, but you see this indefinite growth only in stems and roots. You know why? Because leaves, once they attain a particular structure, whatever is my surface area, whatever is my length, I more often than not assume that structure. Okay, this is only the case of stem and roots here, categorically mentioned in NCERT, not seen in leaves, flowers and fruits. Are we very clear? Are we very clear? Now, growth is a quantitative concept. Clearly, it's not only a qualitative concept. Growth is a quantitative concept. Okay, that means I can measure growth. There are so many ways I can measure growth. Well, the ways in which growth is happening, those are the ways I'll measure it. Take a oxanometer, take a vernier caliper. These are the devices you don't have to learn. It is okay. Came out of my mouth. Depends on the organ in question, yaar. We can't be fools. So let's say, how will I measure it, yaar? How will I measure it? If I want to see the growth in a fruit, what will you measure? Answer in the chat box. Right now, answer in the chat box. If you give wrong answers, if you give right answers, very good. If you give wrong answers, much better. Because when you will be corrected, you will remember it forever. So, fruit means I am going to consider volume. I am going to consider volume. Let's say you want to measure the growth of pollen tube per hour, per 30 minutes. So, pollen tube, answer in the chat box everybody. If you are considering pollen tube and these are questions, previous questions, what will you measure? Common sense? You will siphonogamy, chemotropic movement. So, length will be measured. Let's say I gave you an example in the first half of the evening that root apical meristem, RAM of Z maize is making 17,500 cells per hour. What are you measuring? If you are in the apical region, yaar, What will you measure? There is no algorithm involved here. That's why botany is the easiest and the loveliest subject of your entire course. So easy. You will measure the number of cells. Should I keep giving examples? Think about it. If I am, let's say, if you want to measure the growth in a leaf, if you want to measure the growth in a leaf, I am at the organ level. What will you measure? If I am a leaf, what will you measure in my case? There is no use measuring the length and breadth. You will measure the surface area. You will measure the surface area. Very clear? No problem at all? Now this is not it. Once I start measuring things, we don't want it, we don't want it, we don't want it, but mathematics comes into play. Okay? So let's see the maths of it. Before that, you solve a question for me. Come on people. Question solving is very important. Hence, taking tests is very important. You can register for Unacademy's scholarship test. Akshita, thank you so much here. At the root apex, the cells of the meristematic region are not characterized by, oh, love this question, being rich in protoplasm. Every actively dividing cell has to undergo the plasmatic growth. Abundant plasmodesmatal connections, that's the thing about meristematic cells. Without plasmodesmatal connections, the nutrients will not flow for division. A cell wall that is primary in nature, all they have is the mighty primary cell wall. Okay, having small inconspicuous nuclei. This will not happen. Every actively dividing cell, mind you, I have taught this to you in anatomy of flowering plants when we did characteristics of meristematic cells. Abundant conspicuous nuclei, not abundant, large conspicuous. Conspicuous means you can really appreciate it. Okay, central and large nuclei. These are all basics related questions. If somebody is thinking that you can escape basics, you are not escaping basics. Now what are the phases of growth? NCERT does not give this snip in this chapter, but it only makes sense. I have added it because when you study the zones of a root, nothing else can teach you about the phases of growth, and this holds true for all other organs. You can appreciate it in root. The first phase is and NCERT states so in the theory part. The first phase is the formative phase. Formative simply means cell division phase. Cell division phase. This is the job of RAM and SAM. Root apical meristem cells and shoot apical meristem cells are in this phase at any given point of time. Are we clear? Specifically, RAM and SAM are in this phase of growth. The next phase, have a careful look. You guys know this. What is the next phase here? This region of elongation. In the case of root, which is a conical structure, in case of a conducting element, take a sieve tube, take a fiber, take a trachea, their genetic shape or the inherent shape is of elongation. They are elongated structures. So I use the term elongation, but in general I call it elongation or enlargement phase. Enlargement phase. Now boys and girls, there is no cell division happening here. In this phase, the cells that you made here, yes, they are going to stretch out. They are going to stretch out. Okay. So in order to stretch out, I am going to stretch the microfibrils which were present in the cellulosic wall. Yeah, the cellulose structure, microfibrillar structure, you know that, alpha, beta, hemicellulose or Okay, don't have to go into the details, but you know that cell walls are made up of tiny, teeny, tiny microfibrils, like your muscle cells are formed of. Okay, so there is loosening of, what is happening? There is loosening of microfibrils. Loosening of microfibrils. Now, if you are going to stretch out my cells, there will be gaps created in it. I need to fill those gaps. I promised that growth is increase in something. Okay, so this is also a part of growth, but here the number of cells are not increasing. I'm increasing the size of the organ, and I promised just a while ago that if you increase my size, I'm still growth. Okay, this kind of growth, ladies and gentlemen, wherein you're depositing materials in between the preformed cells, is called as intussusception. Yes, it is a part of your syllabus, intussusception. I think it is given in NCERT as well, intussusception. Okay, imagine that you're making a wall, you're constructing a house, you're constructing a wall. Okay, you place one brick here, you place another brick here, and there's a gap in between them. The more number of bricks you place and the gap between the two bricks will elongate this particular wall. If you want if you want to go transverse, if you want to go in this direction, okay, then you need to place the bricks at a certain gap. In between those bricks, I place cement. That is sort of intussusception. Okay. Now, if you place more bricks on these bricks to cause a vertical growth here, I want to build a wall here also, okay, you're keeping more, you are placing more cells on pre-existing cells, then that is apposition. Okay, but cell elongation is happening on the account of, I am not forming new cells, I am depositing more material between the pre-existing cells, intussusception. Yes, then what happens? Then I have no business, but I have to perform other functions also, na? So comes maturation phase. Now, understand the term differentiation and maturation being used synonymously, but there's a very fine line between the two. Okay, so just after I enlarge in size, I start focusing more on my structure, because I somewhere know that I have to mature and perform a specific function. I have a beautiful example for that. You guys have all the same subjects, everything is going on uniformly till class 10th. Okay, now suddenly in class 10th, you know, there is this noise created that in class 11th you have to opt for your subjects, because you have to mature into either becoming a doctor or an engineer, JEE or NEET, these two exams. Okay, so this is the phase, enlargement phases, sort of that phase in class 10th wherein you are like, yeah, you know, I have to really, you're studying in class 10th, okay, and differentiation is when you actually have to take the decision, what am I going to do? Okay, you are asked of what you want to do. Hey, do you want to become a chlorophyll cell? Do you want to become a chloroplast? Do you want to become, you have enlarged, okay, and do you want to become a conducting cell of sieve tubes? Do you want to become a idioblast? What is an idioblast? Answers in the chat box, everybody. I've taught it to you. So that is your differentiation. When you finally attain a particular function and structure, morphology, biochemistry, physiology, all these have changed for you, and that is maturation. Okay, so just wanted you to know that there's a very fine line. Differentiation and maturation. In this phase, boys and girls, serious things are happening. at least intended to be. What all will change? I've said this multiple times in my sessions in almost all the chapters. The structure alone cannot change. You cannot change only my structure. You have to change my biochemistry also if you're giving me a function. Yeah, how much do you change when you finally take the decision of becoming a doctor? Look at yourself. So much of change, right? So structure, biochemistry, oh goodness, and physiology. Changes. And after maturation, what happens in the life of a plant? Even after maturation, there will be senescence, old age and death. Yes, let's do these three phases in the life of a plant. Answers in the chat box, everybody. And if you remember, do you remember when we wrote about parenchymatous tissue in our anatomy class? I told you that both in cases of parenchyma and collenchyma, look at your NCERT and highlight it. One point that he says, large central vacuole. Do you know, when a cell leaves this phase, suddenly in 10th class, you have these thin books. Now somebody is telling you, if you want to take biology, these are the books that you have to study. Look at the physics textbook, look at the biology textbook. There's so much of detailed syllabus. So now I do not want a very prominent nucleus. I rather want a prominent vacuole. That is called as vacuolation. Vacuolation happens. This is one of the features to recognize that I have entered the next phase of growth. Yeah. Now the question serves you. Answers in the chat box, everybody. The more number of questions you solve, better you become. There's no other way of getting better. More answers. AIMS Delhi. Tomboy, you are not new to the channel, you are old. Easy means easy. The region at the distal end of highly vacuolated cell in the root represents. Now I told you this, I cleared this in morphology. In the structure of a root, please be very clear, lot of people, this is a ranker's question here. This is the proximal end, this is the distal end. Whatever is present towards the center of the organ, the central axis is proximal. This is distal. Okay. So, if region of elongation we just spoke about will have large central vacuole, then distal to it lies root cap and meristematic zone, and proximally what lies is the root hair and maturation zone. If there is any doubt, please ask it right now before it's too late and costs you 1 or 2 MCQs. Now, when I apply mathematics, I see two types of growth. I see two types of growth rates. When you add the term rate, there is nothing serious about it other than the fact that you are measuring something against time, or let's write it per unit time. Per unit time. And you have to, otherwise you can't measure anything. Like in ecology, my pet line, I always tell you that, right? So you see arithmetic growth, and you see geometric growth. What is arithmetic growth? Well, this is what you will encounter in case of RAM and SAM. This is not realistic. Okay? This will not happen. So what happens in arithmetic growth? You have this meristematic cell, because my life starts with meristematic cell. I, by mitosis, divide into 2 daughter cells. Immediately, in order to perform a special function, I become a permanent cell. So, this one cell will remain meristematic, because I want the shoot to continue growing. I want the root to continue growing, RAM and SAM. Yes, so this cell is going to give rise to 2 daughter cells, as is the cause, as is the case, and this will remain in the system. But what will happen is, out of these 2 cells also, the one turns permanent. I am not saying parenchyma or collenchyma or sclerenchyma, whatever is the function. Yes? So you see that the growth rate is constant with time. I keep only one cell as meristematic. Yes? So growth rate, when it is constant, that is the key word. If it is constant, I get arithmetic growth. Is it clear to everybody? Shraddha, thank you for the flowers here. This is very close to what you have studied with me in ecology, the realistic growth and the unrealistic growth. Now I will come to growth curves and their formulas later. First, understand the concept. If I talk about a unicellular organism, there will be a question in 2024 from this. If I see a unicellular organism, and I give it everything nice and rosy and the best nutrients, light, sterile conditions, oxygen, wow, it is going to show geometric growth. Even your embryo cell, plant's embryo cell, initial growth of embryo is geometric. But like I said, this is not sustainable. Nothing can go unlimited ever, because as simple as that, nutrients are going to get over. An embryo has to undergo organogenesis, has to take up the maturation. So what is happening here? Very easy, nothing difficult. There was one meristematic cell, it formed 2 daughter cells. There is 2n condition. This is called as geometric growth, or in other words, exponential increase, exponential growth. Is that very, very clear? These are the 2 types of growth rates. There are diagrams given in NCERT. That is what I have for you. This is arithmetic growth, this is geometric growth. You see, there is exponential increase because all cells are remaining meristematic. You would have thought RAM and SAM would show that growth, isn't it? Did you think that? Oh, so many hearts and flowers suddenly. Parul, good to have you, darling, always. Different devices are showing different technology takes a bow. Okay, getting back, this is the diagram. Never ever leave the diagrams. this is what is the question that he has asked time and again. Diagrammatic question in previous year. I would be more than happy if somebody posts this question, if you are hardworking enough to post this question wherever you want. This in the embryo is geometric phase, which will be initial, followed by the arithmetic phase. Stages during embryo development showing geometric and arithmetic phases. Yes, question everybody, 2015, not very far away. You and I both were in this world. Come on. The typical growth curve in plants. Yeah, I haven't told you the curves. Let me teach you the curves first. Now people, it only makes sense that arithmetic growth, since we use the word constant, is going to give me a linear curve. The growth will not slow down because you're not keeping all the cells meristematic. Okay, so it is a linear curve, and this will be your formula. He can ask you the formula of arithmetic growth. We have taken length into account at the time you are measuring, initial, rate of growth, time in consideration. Yeah, R is rate of growth, which we said is pretty constant. Now people, if you look at the real growth curve, then it is a sigmoid curve here. It is a sigmoid curve. Have a careful look at this curve here. Have a look at this curve. An idealized, this is what happens in reality. The S-shaped curve or the sigmoid curve will be represented by, let's say we are taking weight into account as the parameter to be measured. It will be W naught E RT. E is your base of log, whatever mathematics has. People, this curve is very beautiful. It is a beauty. If you look at me, if you look at the curve through my eyes, yeah, I'm going to make an attempt. Let's mark this as the, let's keep the diagram beautiful. This is a very small lag phase. Can you appreciate? Oh, can you appreciate? Yes, it's quite visible. I should just let go of the chat box here. This is a very small phase. The bigger phase in this growth curve is going to be the exponential phase. There you go. And then you will encounter a very small phase which is not given in NCERT, which is not even appreciable because it's so transient, it is so small. Just before the stationary phase, you will see, I have taught to you, I have taught this in the Avengers batch, you will see a deceleration phase where death of population, death of organisms will happen because suddenly the nutrients are exhausted after the exponential phase. And finally, the population gets, now this is a little bit of ecology also, finally the population assumes an R which could, because population knows if I try to push it further, I am going to see deaths, I am going to see destruction, as is happening to human population. Yeah. So what will happen is, in this case, I will assume a stationary phase, or mathematically you call it asymptote. So we are solving the questions of ecology also here. Okay. So this short phase, I have still shown it quite appreciably. Yeah, the stationary phase is rather bigger. It is rather bigger. If I extend the curve till here. Lag is very small. It is the initial part where population is getting used to the environment, the nutrients that you have given. Okay, very small, very small. This is also coherent. Beauty of this curve, like I was mentioning earlier, that there is coherence with the phases of growth here. Let's be together on that. This shows when there is a lag, I am under cell division, or let me write the formative, I am under formative phase. When I am under elongation, enlargement, I will be in this phase. Enlargement. And this phase, when you are told to choose your subjects, do you want biology, do you want, yeah, this suddenly segregation of the entire population of 10th standard. This is a very teeny tiny differentiation phase. Like I was saying, there's a fine line between differentiation and maturation, Monday and Wednesday, okay. So this is differentiation, and this at maturation, I will assume asymptote. I will assume stationary phase. This is how you read a sigmoid curve. Ma'am, you've gone outside NCERT? Absolutely not. I've just decoded it for you. Everybody good, aligned? Let's solve this question now. Abhishai, the class is going to end in, what did I promise? I said 9:30. Did I say 9:30? 8:30, the matter of another 30, give me another 30 minutes. Why do you guys delete your messages here? Thank you, Prasad. Hope to see you in all the classes. Anything else? Karuna, Krutika, Nikita, Nikhita, Shri. Everybody got the answer? Very good. The sigmoid growth and arrhythmia. I would love for a question like this to be asked. Will you guys fare well? In NEET 2024, for a hard-working student, it only makes sense to ask such good questions. Sigmoid will be S-shaped. It will be S-shaped. Arithmetic is linear. There is no problem in life. Everything is happy, healthy. Okay, observe this curve here. Come on. And the special free class for the same chapter on Unacademy app will happen. For that, you will need to click on the link in the description box of this session and follow my profile. I will clear doubts. I will solve such amazing PYQs, handpicked. When you know where the class will happen, who will take the class? Now the question is, when will it happen? For that, you need to click on the link. Also register for the Unacademy scholarship test. Also, if you haven't joined the endgame batch, kindly join it. Because I am giving the notes in the same manner, all the teachers are. And the classes have already started from 2nd of January. Okay, everybody has answered. I just spoke of the phases. A is the lag phase. Yeah, A is the lag phase. But this is not true. So this makes sense. C is phase of growth during limited nutrient supply. Do you know what he's saying? He's still in the differentiation phase. Deceleration, if you will. There you go. Every kind of question that can be asked from growth curves is right in front of you. Some claps, people. Come on. Who will solve every kind of possible question for such a teeny tiny concept? Come on, people. You don't find it anywhere else. Homo sapien? If it makes you happy, being happy is important here. You want to consider the chapter is deleted, let it be. Don't say that to me, but already there are so many deletions in. Cool. Then the increased growth per unit time is termed as growth rate. Thank you for telling us. The exponential growth can be mathematically expressed as, we just mathematically expressed it, right? ERT. ERT. Where is the answer? Okay, it got hidden somewhere. You guys know it, 4 is the answer. Next question, next possible question, everybody. Yeah, if this lesson was deleted, why would I be standing here? It takes time, effort, sweat, blood, soul to stand here. Like, look at the kind of question you're asking. If you want a straightforward good answer, ask a good question. As simple as that. Don't be sorry. In the exponential growth equation, now, ma'am, what is this equation? This is so formal. You just said in exponential growth, you said that it will be WT. Any parameter can be taken. NCERT took weight as the parameter. So you know what is E? E is the base of the log, whatever that means. Now come to arithmetic growth. What is arithmetic growth? Who all have mathematics along with biology? You guys are really brave. Yeah, you guys are really brave. I'm still trying to be friends with mathematics. Priya has mathematics. The arithmetic growth is this. You look at it and you know. You look at it, no. It will be all of the above, my bad. Because a root elongating at a constant rate, you look at the word constant, it rings a bell. A linear curve, is obtained graphically when the length of an organ is plotted against time. You take any parameter, you get a linear curve, the growth rate is constant and it is shown by this equation. Very good. Now what are absolute and relative growth rates? Absolute and relative growths, not growth rates, or rather growth rate, because again I will have to take the factor of time. Usually we measure absolute and relative growths to compare two systems of growth. As NCERT has taken 2 leaves in question, you can take 2 fruits also. Fruits on the same tree you can take. Okay. So what is absolute growth? Easiest concept, last concept of the session. After that it's a goodbye. When you are just, it is final minus initial, then I am somewhere measuring absolute growth as is in the word itself. I am not comparing it here. I am not bothered about what was there earlier with respect to time. Okay, I mean I am not comparing it with another parameter, right? So if you measure the absolute growths of these 2 leaves, what is happening? The final growth is 10, the final growth is 55. What you see could not be the reality sometimes in case of absolute growth. Okay, so 10 minus 5 in case of leaf A is also 5, and in case of leaf B, if you see, this is also 5. Where do I go? Both the leaves with respect to the time that you are measuring. You are measuring it within a span of a week, are showing same absolute growth. Right? But this is not the reality. What shows you the real comparison is the relative growth, where final minus initial upon the initial parameter, and you see a percentage. You seek a percentage. Mathematics works like that. What to do? But it surely mathematics always speaks the truth. So final minus initial was 5 in both the cases. So for leaf A, I have 5 and initial parameter was 5, and I am showing in the same time t of 1 week, I am showing 100% growth. Claps. Like you guys show with your timetable. Thank you, Shraddha. You are a grateful soul. When is the last date to join NEET Endgame? Lakshmi, darling, they can close it down without letting me know. It could be tonight, it could be tomorrow night, evening. But it can happen any time because the chapters are running the syllabus is running further in all the subjects. Although everything is done from scratch and in detail, you can ask other people also, but it can close down any time. We love biology, botany. It's called botany, spelled as B-O-T-A-N-Y. JEE aspirants can very well watch this session. They are going to understand botany like never before. You will not get a response from me. Do whatever. Homo sapien, no, I am not going to teach PGR. Who wants to teach PGR? Leave that chapter. We both delete it from the syllabus. Yeah. So relative growth, you're in for a surprise if you look at leaf B. If you look at leaf B, what is final minus initial? Come on people. It is 5 yaar. You just did it. But you were already a large leaf. So your hard work of today is going to matter. Ma'am, I did not complete my 12-hour timetable. I am demotivated. You get into that negative zone very quickly. It is okay if one of the days your productivity was low, but don't dwell into that phase of non-productivity. Okay? See, the leaf was already large. Now it doesn't have to show a lot of growth. Yes, it saves up on nutrients as well. So this is 10% growth. 10% growth. Homo sapien, when you were not there in the class in the early part of the evening, before 8:02 p.m. precisely, before 8:02 p.m. precisely in the clock, plant growth regulators were done and dusted. Like never before, I claim. Okay, so you are too late yaar. Question right in front of you, answers right in front of me. Shraddha, you want to be, don't make me angry. It's just not nice. Darling, what is this name here? Abhitrayani Kumari, beta, both are out of the syllabus, the revised syllabus, but I would say that you learn the basics of it. Like what is vernalization, I spoke about it in the evening. What is photoperiodism? What is exactly seed dormancy? It is always better to equip yourself. Priya has answered. On the first day of observation, same thing, leaf A is showing 40 centimeters square and leaf B shows 50 centimeters square. So that is your initial. On the following day, on Monday, you measured this. On Tuesday, the area of leaf A becomes 44. So he is asking about the growth rate, both absolute and relative. So in case of leaf A, what is the absolute growth rate? Everybody in the chat box. 44 minus 40, that is your 4 centimeter square. In case of leaf B, it is 55 minus 50 cent. I so wish there are no JEE aspirants right now in the class. So it is 5 centimeter square. Ooh, what a complex problem of mathematics. So absolute growth, if he says, it is different. Absolute growth is different. So we'll rule out this. Okay, it is. This is also ruled out. Let's now choose between 2 and 4. So if I look at the relative growth, people, we know the formula. Today we know, right? For A, it is 4 upon initial 40 into 100. What do you get? What do you get? And for leaf B, you again have 5 upon, you get 100%, right? No, you get 10%. For leaf B, again you have 50 into 100, you get 10%. So this is the option. No complex mathematics at all. With me, everybody? Akansha Puri, good to have you, darling. How do you do? फॉर्म भरने में क्या है, भरते चलो, क्या कोई नुकसान ही नहीं है. We have spoken about the technical parts. We have spoken for a while about arithmetic growth, geometric growth, the growth curves. Let's mellow it down. Okay, let's talk something which all of us know, and that is conditions for growth. Now I want each one of you to list down, using your common sense, what are the conditions for growth in a plant. Come on, people. While can we do that? 1 or 2, little bit, kind of. It's okay if you're wrong. It's okay. The first one, as was the case in seed germination, will be nutrients. But here, my nutrients are not only the complex sugars and all of that. I am boiling it down to the macro and micronutrients which we used to study in mineral nutrition. My soil at this point of time, in order to make those complex sugars that you studied in case of seed, in order to manufacture those fats and proteins, I need nutrients in the simple form. A calcium, a potassium, magnesium, nitrogen, iron, micronutrient, potassium, macronutrient, sulfur, micronutrient, calcium, macronutrient. Yeah. So macro and micronutrients are very essential, and those of you who have studied that chapter, you know that there are serious deficiency symptoms. Macro and micronutrients. In general, whenever plant has to perform something energetic, growth is energetic. Talk about the meristematic phase, talk about the elongation phase. So I need abundant carbohydrates. Plant is going to ask specifically for solubilized sugars for energy which is required. But at any given point of time, you also know that cell division itself is quite a taxing process. Yes, during cell division, my cell in G1 phase grows my cytoplasm like anything. The very first thing is the cell grows in size, doubles up everything in cytoplasm. Okay, so for cytoplasmic growth, for cytoplasmic growth, also called as the plasmatic growth, the plant tends to require nitrogenous compounds, amino acids for example. So plant will accumulate all this. Okay. Next, I don't need to tell you, you guys are very, very wise as I can see. Water is required. Now in this case, the water which is required is different from the water which is imbibed by the seed. There I was imbibing water to activate the enzymes and hormones. Yeah, here I want water for photosynthesis. I want, if there are no sugars, I cannot function. And these micronutrients and macronutrients will ultimately get dissolved in water only, no? To be transported by xylem. How are they transported otherwise? Think about it. Common sense means common sense. They are transported through sap. What is sap? All these macro and micro dissolved in water. Transport through xylem. Then what else do I need? Answers, oxygen. Now you have made the sugar, you have made the sugars, but they are of no use if you don't do the aerobic respiration. Can you do it if you don't form the ATP is what I meant. So ATP is required. That's it. Aerobic respiration. Name the cycle. Name the cycle I am talking about. Am I talking about glycolysis? What am I talking about here specifically? And in case of seed germination, I said photoblastic seeds are sensitive to light. Here, in general, light is extremely important, and even the quantity and quality both here. Isn't it? Quality and quantity both. You know what I am talking about. That is the next chapter, photosynthesis. What do I mean by quality of light? Anybody? This is the last topic of the day. You can make me very happy. Quantity, okay. What do you mean by quality of light? So, this is also required for optimum photosynthesis. Yes or no? Yay or nay? Anything? Temperature for optimum activity of enzymes and photosynthetic pigments also. Okay, so temperature is also very important. Enzyme kinetics. Photosynthetic enzymes, respiratory enzymes, both. And ladies and gentlemen, I am going to add a point here. Even photosynthesis, okay, fine, but your reproductive phase, I mean plant's reproductive phase, that is photoperiodism, cannot be ignored. What is photoperiodism? Let me give you the definition of it. Ma'am, it is out of syllabus. No, definition cannot be out of syllabus. It is the duration of relative periods of light and dark or day and night. Duration of relative periods of light and dark affecting what? Growth, seed germination or flowering. Choose one. Don't have till morning. Flowering. So you used to have once upon a time, not long back, you used to have SDPs and LDPs, short day plants and long day plants. Make sense to us? Good or not? Let's see if we have something more. Little bit more. Little bit more. Last 10 minutes. All right. Now what happens in the life of a plant? You guys know it. When I am a seed and radicle emerges out of me, which tissue is working day and night, slogging? It is meristematic tissue. But we saw the reality in arithmetic growth that as soon as a meristematic cell divides, a permanent cell is formed along with it. Yes? So in the life of a plant, there is a continuous flow of events which is very unique as compared to animals. We've been promising that plant growth is unique. Let's get the proof of it now. So when I'm a seed, okay, I have meristematic tissue. Like nobody's business, this is dividing, okay, but this constantly along with the division changes into, undergoes something called as, let me make the flow chart beautiful for you, differentiation. Yes? And as a result of differentiation, I get the primary tissues. For example, what is the example? What is the derivative of differentiated tissue? I could become a mesophyll tissue. I can become a cellulosic, I can become a lignocellulosic tissue. Who will I be? Who will I be? I will be a sieve cell. Yeah, sieve cell. Or I could become a first degree phloem cell, and the examples are many. What is happening in me? Let's write that also. I am changing my size, my structure, my shape by physiology. Yay or nay? Everybody? This is not it. Plant growth is said to be indeterminate because these cells decide to divide again, and that is called as dedifferentiation. This is the last topic of the chapter. Dedifferentiation. Why dedifferentiation? Oh, suddenly I am immature again. What do you derive as a result of dedifferentiation? Answers in the chat box. When I dedifferentiate, let's say from a parenchyma cell, from conjunctive tissue, apply your brains, you have them enough. I become cambium, for example. I become interfascicular cambium, for example. Now people, keep my heart alive. Why didn't I say intrafascicular cambium? Insta ID दो ना. जिंदगी इंस्टा से शुरू होगी इंस्टा पे खत्म हो जाती है. Why didn't I say intrafascicular cambium? Dr. Strange, I'm hesitating from saying vascular cambium here because of the sake of precision of botany. Dedifferentiation. Think. But in roots, the secondary growth is completely secondary. There's all vascular cambium is formed as a result of dedifferentiation. Atiha, the link is given in the description box. I've spoken to the team, it's still on. You can click on the link right now and join. Bolo bhai. No. Okay, that's cute that you guys justify. No, sometimes ma'am, why I was asking about the Insta ID. My personal suggestion would be, you know, I'm not on any social media accounts. And trust me, there is no harm or deletions or subtractions from life. So at least till your NEET exam, get off it. It's only distraction. Okay people, figure it out. Why didn't I say intrafascicular cambium? Think about it. It's a primary meristem. So now you are differentiating in your life. You're deciding to become a doctor. AIMS Delhi. Go for it, go for it. After your MBBS, you will have to become a PG student again. You will have to prepare for NEET PG exam, the dates of which have been announced recently, a couple of days ago. When you become a student again, and you will have to go through all of this process that you're going through, working so hard in the chat box, that is de-differentiation. Yeah, and what is continued? Those of you who are taking notes, kindly continue in the same line. I am coming to the last step here. And that is redifferentiation, boys and girls. Redifferentiation. I cannot continue to divide here. I have to perform special functions now. So redifferentiation comes into account. Give me one product of redifferentiation. It's gone out of the window. The moment I ask a good question from previous chapters, you guys are gone. This is lack of revision. What just happened? Yeah, this is lack of revision, I tell you. So, second degree xylem, second degree phloem. Let's go a notch further. Cork, secondary cortex. Secondary cortex. Ma'am, we have no clue what is happening. I cannot continue doing this because I have a lifespan. If I come into this world, I am not here forever, whether I am a plant or an animal. So after this, what is going to happen? After this, senescence is going to happen. Senescence simply means that all these processes are slowing down and the plant starts aging. The mobilization of nutrients is less. Meristematic tissue is less active. Xylem is getting old, whether it's second degree or first degree. After senescence, finally, inevitably, I will die. Death. Okay, ma'am. Who has ever stopped that? Simple, no problem. From here, ladies and gentlemen, you start from point 1 here, when you were a seed. Happy birthday. Till the inevitable death, whatever point it is, last. The sum total of all processes that have happened in between the first point and the last point is called as development. Sum total is called as development. So boys and girls, development includes growth. Can we make sense out of it? Growth might not include development always, but development will always include growth. Oh man. Why I'm laughing? Because I can imagine some of the expressions right now. Think about it. Yeah, you need to keep your brains working. Yes, growth could include development. I could change when I'm enlarging in size. Yeah, the third phase when I'm maturing in size. in function and everything. That is development, right? But it might also not include development. Let's say I stay in cell division phase. I just divide, increase in number. I am not doing any plasmatic growth. I am not taking up a function. But development will always include everything. Okay? Very good. Now, let's solve this 2022 question based on, I am hoping, yeah. Hello guys. Hello guys. Answers in the chat box here, since the chat box is so amazing. Last question. I am done. This chapter is done. Now we are just solving questions, and those are for you. Remember, admit card, as much as we want it, won't have ma'am's name on it. That is the hard truth. Everybody got the answer? Congratulations for finishing, for completing, for killing, as you guys call it, another chapter that you find difficult. And I promise you that this is it. If you make sense out of this lecture, you don't need to go anywhere, do anything else. Every kind of question from every subtopic is done. The required tricks are done. It's beautiful. Okay? Thanks a lot for your hard work. Nahi, solve the question. The living differentiated cells that lost the capacity to divide anymore can regain the capacity. The moment you see regain the capacity, what will you say? People end up marking redifferentiation. Wrong means wrong, because you see regain and redifferentiation. It is dedifferentiation. Don't get confused. Don't get confused. Promise me you won't get confused. नोट्स कहाँ से मिलेंगे? सब कुछ मेरे पास ही मिलेगा. Everything you will find with me. Next question of the hour, and we are done. The phenomenon by which the undividing parenchyma cells, look at the language of the question. Yes, it's visible. The phenomenon by which the undividing parenchyma cells, they were permanent cells. NEET 2022. You guys are so lucky to solve the question right here. If only you understood. Divide mitotically during plant tissue culture. Oh, my favorite, PTC. Very, very important. Let's add it here. Where were we? Let's add it. People who are making notes with me sincerely, everybody is dedifferentiation. Please kindly add callus formation to this. Now, most of the people think callus formation is meristematic cells. There is cell division which is happening. Not at all. You took an explant. What is the technique of PTC? You take the part of a plant. It could be any organ. It could be a piece of stem. It could be root. It could be some bud from the leaf. And you give it nutrient medium. You give it all sterile, good conditions. And it starts dividing again. That tissue that you've taken, explant, that was a permanent tissue. Unless you want to create virus-free cells, then you will have to take the tips, because meristematic cells are free of viruses. This is AIMS previous year question. So, it is dedifferentiation which is happening. Very important question. May you be blessed with this question. Now, those who are not listening should have listened to it. Okay? So, this was it. Yeah? This was the last question. Let me see. I have more questions for you. Yeah. Solve this particular question, everybody. Solve this question. It's visible? Yeah, the question is visible. It's an assertion reason question. Answers in the chat box. Development is the sum total of growth and differentiation. NCERT line. I haven't made it up. Development is controlled by extrinsic factors as well as intrinsic factors. We have seen that. Okay? We have seen that. So, both are independent statements. Don't you think so? Reason is not the correct explanation. There is no because that is getting fulfilled here. Always place hence before, because, therefore. Now, there is one of the favorite concepts of examiner. I am yet to understand why. There you go. Ma'am, you said it is the last topic. It is the last topic. During all the phases of development that you just saw with me, differentiation, redifferentiation, everything, I am impacted by both intrinsic factors and extrinsic factors. Yes, people? That makes sense to us? So, this often leads to development of, let's not repeat the words, appearance of different structures in a plant. Out of the intrinsic factors, before my respiratory system completely gives away, this is a very, very frequently asked question. Might as well do it. Intrinsically, based on my phases of growth. Phases of growth. Yeah, don't worry about it. The cold had cured, it just comes back in the studio. Phases of growth, I could develop different structures. Why would I do that? Why would I do that? I'm a plant, I'm not an animal, I'm not supported much, extrinsically or intrinsically. Better progression to the next phase, I'm just trying to adapt myself. It is not seen in all the plants. Or it could be a case of different environmental factors could be impacting me. So, when during my development, these two factors impact me, the plant, I show impermanent appearance of certain structures in my body. Okay, and that property is called as plasticity. Plasticity. Can we mark that? Plasticity. At your level, it is shown only in case of what you have to study. One such example is heterophily. Heterophily. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Kind of. Sort of. Don't care. Hetero is different. Hetero is different. And phily is leaf. Easy? Yes, ma'am. Now, the examples are important. So we will write an example of different phases of growth. What your NCERT says, it is seen in coriander, cotton and larkspur. These are the examples from which he has always asked the question. I am not giving anything extra. He says that in these plants, when the plant is juvenile, you will often find this in coriander. If you are into vegetables, sometimes the coriander leaves are very broad and they will show a lobed structure. I am going to give you the snip of NCERT also. And other times they will be very pinnately compound. Let's see if I have that. Let's see. I should have that somewhere. No? How is that possible? Yeah, I had added that. My bad. Oh, not possible. I don't escape NCERT. NCERT does not escape me. Have a look. So, what do you see here? In coriander, cotton. See the label of the diagram, everybody eyes on the screen. Larkspur. Add it right now, boys and girls. Along with larkspur, you will add cotton and coriander. What do you see? In juvenile phase, I am lobed and broad. The leaf in adult is compound. This is the example of environmental phases seen in ranunculus or buttercup. Visible? Quite visible. So in terrestrial habitat, when I am on the surface of water, I am floating, or I am on land, I will have broad leaves, floating leaves. But under the water, I have to fight with the water currents. So submerged leaves. Clear? Let's add it. Let's add it, since we are so good at, yeah, there you go. So what do you see? You see broad leaves in juvenile phase. Juvenile is vegetative phase, and pinnately compound. In mature phase. Together? With me? Now let's go to environmental factors. Here there is only one example, thankfully. There is ranunculus or the buttercup. What is happening here? Broad leaves. Oh, let's keep the color on for examples. Broad leaves in floating condition, in floating or terrestrial condition. Yes, ma'am. And dissected leaves. Always learn the reason behind it. Under the water, I have to fight the water currents. I cannot be broad-leaved. I'll be broken in no time. So dissected leaves in submerged. Development, plasticity, vitrophyly, life phase, environmental factor, Next, the chapter is, I'm sorry, I said the chapter is over at the level of differentiation, and I really thought it is. but then I got reminded of plasticity. It is really over now. Except that there's one diagram of development which is misunderstood. Before I go there, this was done. Yeah. Do you want me to decode this diagram, or we can leave it for later? It's okay, ma'am. Who cares about the diagrams of NCERT? Done? Should we leave? What do you think? Mohammed Nabil, good to have you here. Somebody has put fire in the chat box. Hello, please reply anyone. Saran, the teacher who teaches you regularly, I want you to go back into this session and look at the notes that we have made, and then if those notes make sense to you, any study material that simplifies the concept in your head is the right study material. Anything that scares you of the concept, you're like, oh, I'm not getting back to this concept ever, is not the right study material. That's how I judge. So I don't have any favorites till now. Except when you break your head, you put your grey cells into the matter, so to say, and derive the concepts. I hope you got your answer. Anything else? See, now the fire is there. Cool people, last diagram of NCERT, we'll leave it, no? Huh? This is very simple. I've spoken about this a number of times, but the point to be noted once again, yaar. Have a careful look. Don't look at me, look at the diagram for a while. Take a deep breath and look at the diagram. Look at the diagram, everybody. Meristematic cell? Yes, ma'am. We know. Meristematic cell. Plasmatic growth. Plasmatic growth. I am not, eyes on the screen, serious, 3 minutes, 3 minutes 40 seconds. Plasmatic growth does not mean I have differentiated, ladies and gentlemen. If you have studied cell division with me, I have told you this repeatedly. A cell who wants to keep dividing will stock up its protoplasm. So plasmatic growth, that is why the arrow goes back to meristematic cell. The meristematic cell wants to keep dividing. I am in Ram and Sam. I am in Ram and Sam. Yeah? I will undergo certain amount of stocking up, certain amount of growth, and I will go to cell division. But if I expand, that is, I undergo vacuolation, ladies and gentlemen. Now my nucleus is small, my vacuole is bigger. Yes, then I am going to differentiate. There you go. Together, this is the phase of the growth. This is the coherent developmental process. That is why ma'am said earlier, growth and differentiation, maturation, all of those are a part of development. Isn't it? Because when I expand after being meristematic, then only I will result in differentiation, but I am not mature. There is a very fine and a little gap, not much, but a little gap here. There is a very little gap here. Look at this. I am differentiating. I am sort of changing my structure, biochemistry, the song remains the same. I have expanded. If I continue to expand, and I differentiate, definitely I'm going to mature into something. I will land up in the medical college, Papa. I will never be the same. Right now, you are in differentiation. If you decide not to go further, nobody is going to push you into the medical college. No force. You change your lifestyle, you change your ideology, you change yourself. If there is no change, you want to stay where you are, nobody is going to push you to the medical college. Okay, but this is a very fine line. Right now, there's a very short distance that you have to cover. Seems big, but it's a very short distance. You work a little harder. You're going to mature. And after maturation, once I become a mature self, there's no going back. I taught you this just a while ago. Okay, then I keep functioning as a mature cell in the body of the plant. Life is going on. But if the time has come, my lifespan is over, then senescence. Senescence is death. There is no back arrow in this. There's only this that I wanted to explain, and I wanted to tell you that there's a fine line between differentiation and maturation. That's about it. Yeah, so we shall say bye-bye. And I always said, if I give you a time that I'll finish the class at this particular time, kindly give me 30 minutes plus or minus. That much you can do for the love of the channel. Forget about me, because you are on a very, very good platform. Now people, do you want to solve more questions? Should we solve 1 or 2 questions, or? Now, I want comments. If you thought that this was a yummy session, this was botany like never before, this was PGR like never before, you loved the tricks, you loved the NCERT snips, you loved the questions, then I want it to be felt and heard and seen in the mighty comment section. Yeah, I go through all the comments that you put in the chat box. It's always fair to end the class at a simple question so that you guys are hearty and healthy with the chapters. The ability of plants to follow different pathways. Answer in the chat box. You can see the question. Parul, always lovely to have grateful people. Last question before we end the class. Saucy, out of the picture. You say it. He's like, ma'am, move away. My chair has been crying. It knows the state of my back. Oh, come on, Shraddha. Don't try to be smart in the chat box. You guys are crazy. Oh, God. Ma'am loves questions. Questions love ma'am. Why can't you be serious? You are NEET aspirants. Have that poker face. Be very, very serious. That is plasticity. One more question and we are in a good night. We are, of course, none of you are sleeping. Don't think I don't know. There's Insta waiting, there's Facebook waiting, calls are waiting, WhatsApp is waiting. All the things that you shouldn't do. Automatically, you stop spending time on anything that is irrelevant once your passion becomes burning. Don't accuse me later, ma'am, you were blushing. Plasticity it is. I am very strict right now. Just because I am smiling, it does not mean that whatever you are saying and doing is righteous. It is genuine. Don't think. Yeah? Chalo. That's about it. I hope no diagram of NCERT, no line of NCERT, no example of NCERT will ever trick you in this chapter ever again. If you have any doubts, of course you appreciate the session, you show all your love, your support, and it's quite affable, it's quite heartwarming, and I love you guys too. I'm telling it to everybody who's going to shower us with love, and I say it on behalf of the entire team of Unacademy NEET English. Nevertheless, if you have any doubts, ma'am is always here for you. I read all your comments everywhere, and that's about it. I will see you tomorrow 4 p.m. with biological classification. We are doing biological classification, handwritten notes, questions, everything the way we do it here. It's absolute replica, but a different chapter on plus. In the endgame batch, if somebody has not joined endgame batch, there's still a chance. They have not closed it down. Click on the link given in the description box. There's Telegram link also given. Join that, because all the teachers are there and all useful information comes there. And take care of yourself. Be a good person. And I am going to scold a lot of people. Alright then, take care. Bye-bye. Yeah, purple hearts are incoming. Wow, how do you know I like purple? Very good. Good night, darlings. Good night. Thank you, Priya. You are lovely. Sausi, Niharika, terminology of bio. Stop doing that, yaar. She is not going to be answerable. Omar, Harshaw. Love you too, guys. Thank you.